today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where you keep the video, where we keep the videos, the place where you keep the photos, and also on my Spot and Stack as a podcast. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question, as we always start each day with, how are we doing today? We got a Libra full moon in Aries season. And here's the thing. Here's the thing about a Libra full moon in Aries season. How's that sense of balance treating you? How is that? It's gonna hit you. It's gonna hit you a little bit in the fairness. I'm just gonna tell you right now, okay? It's gonna hit you a little bit in the fairness. But I want to describe this, okay? The Libra full moon in Aries season is here for us to recognize what creates balance in our life, what works towards the space of trying to identify and recognize balance versus what the source of imbalance is, right? This type of full moon, imbalance detector, just an imbalance detector, like boop, 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 boop. It's just like, oh, I found the source of the imbalance. But here's the thing about it. It's going to potentially frustrate you. It's going to get on your nerves. It's going to potentially create the space where you feel worn thin about things. But what's beautiful is when we feel energetically worn thin, that is the space by which we can do something about it, right? And we've been talking about this over the last few days, looking at frustration as impetus to be able to move towards better finesse, right? Your frustration demands finesse. Your frustration is frustration because it can, and I need to point this out, the way that we fortify our frustration is being able to see what the finesse would be. The ability to identify and recognize what is energetically preferable that allows us to move into that dimensionality. Now, the one thing you want to avoid in energy like this is the space by which you're having an explosive moment, but not necessarily providing the context of a workable solution. And I say that because there are a tremendous amount of planets right now that are currently in Aries. And typically, that wouldn't be such a big deal. We've been through this before. We've had a bunch of planets in Aries before. However, there's a couple of very important things that we have to take into consideration in relationality to what we are seeing and experiencing here. First and foremost, we've got Jupiter that is stationed direct in Cancer. And while that's usually, the thing is, and I know what you're going to say to me, you say the Jupiter's been in Cancer for a while. I know it was, but here's the thing, it was in retrograde before. And this is just let this just serve as a reminder to you that just because a planet is in retrograde doesn't mean that it's bad energy. Some energy, depending on the planet and depending on where the house is sitting at the time that it's going through a retrograde, sometimes a retrograde with a planet in a certain house can feel like a reprieve. It can feel like an easement. It can feel like the space by which it doesn't feel as heavy as it typically would be to carry. And I got to tell you, Jupiter in Cancer is heavy stuff because Jupiter, right? Jupiter works through all of this, right? It works through the perception of the self. And Cancer, right? Cancer can often work through, right? What does Jupiter in Cancer work through? It works through the way that we're perceived, right? How others potentially see us from a state of energetic easement versus the energetic reality of what it feels like to exist and persist in the state by which others experience us. So that's why we can see that the fact that Jupiter came out of Cancer can feel like a heavier weight. It can feel more energetically intense. It can wear away at us. It can really grind the gears. And I'll tell you right now, with all of the planets in Aries, you got all of that gear grinding energy, right? And then you add to it that modality of working through Jupiter in Cancer. The thing that's important is the ability to be able to articulate and identify what one is doing about it, right? Because here's the thing that's important, right? Our frustration refines us. Our frustration points us in the direction of what would be energetically preferable, right? When we're in a healthy space, that frustration is there because you can see the horizon point that it's going towards, what would make something energetically easier. So I want you to kind of keep that in mind if you're going through it, particularly during this full moon cycle. Look for the horizon line, right? Don't have a conversation in relationality to what's frustrating, but don't let the frustration move you away from the focus in relationality to what it is that you're trying to work upon, or what it is that you're trying to speak upon, or what it is that you're trying to heal, particularly in the realm of relationship. Because we do see, and I got to tell you right now, sometimes when I'm reading into the energy is in alignment in terms of how the different harmonic cycles are experiencing the energy. Right now, they're not. Okay? They're not, but it's okay. I'm gonna work you guys through it. Specifically because, and the reason is, there's something that's very important that we see that is occurring right now that is speaking in relationality to how we hold the past. And we're going to start first with talking about the energy that is in solitude. Now, for our purposes, the energy in solitude right now are working through what we define as world relationship issues, and specifically because they're focusing upon a lot of the work that we see in the world card of the tarot. Now, these relationship cycles have been coming together since about the time that we had that Capricorn new moon energy during Capricorn season, which is around January 18th up until the present. And so the thing about it is, and it's really interesting because every time I read for this energy right now, it's recognizing the process. The energy is healing by recognizing the process by which we store trauma. And what do I mean by that? It's really difficult because the thing about when we're working through trauma is there's a tendency to want to build sentiment around it, right? But when we recognize that sentiment is the brain's way of trying to energetically protect us from a memory that hurts, it changes our relationship in terms of how we perceive sentiment, because we recognize that there are two different types of sentimentality. There is the true, right? The true pervasive sentiment. And that is the sentiment that holds firm. It's the sentiment that we experienced in the moment by which something energetically occurred, and that which we carry forth with us, right? So that is the pervasive sentiment. It's the sentiment that was always present within the experience at the time that we experienced it, as well as at the time that we re-experience it from the point of the memory. However, we have the sediment sentiment. And what is effectively the sediment sentiment? The sediment sentiment is effectively the sentiment, the desperate work that our brain does to try to attach sentiment to unhelpful thoughts or bad memories or things that we have experienced that hurt us in a deep and profound way. And the ability to recognize the difference, right, The ability to recognize the difference between the pervasive sentiment, the sentiment that holds forth from the time that one experiences a memory up until the time that you carry it forth into the present, versus, right, the lacquer sentiment, right? The lacquer that effectively occurs on a bad memory, that effectively is held into, like that the brain tries to put onto something painful so that it's easier to carry, right? This understanding is what's fortifying a lot of the energy in solitude right now, because they're potentially been watching the process by which they can see that sentiment that is lacquering upon the bad memory. But the modality by which they're able to see that is what is effectively fortifying them not to go back to something that energetically hurt them, but being able to take that and move it towards the direction by which they aspire to go in healthy relationship. We also see that for some of these relationships, the new relationships that are forming, talking about the difficulty, right? Talking about the difficulty of the lacquering of sentiment, right? The lacquer that effectively occurs upon the ability of trying to navigate forth. And then even as you do so, feeling the body that is trying to put lacquer upon it in order to protect the self, and being able to define the difference. This is why we see that a lot of these relationships are moving through the energy that we identify in those world relationships, because it's being able to effectively define the difference between, right? And I love this too. I wish I had the world card here to show you, right? The internalized part of the world card, right? The sentiment that effectively pervades everything that was always there, versus the lacquering of sentiment, the lacquer of sentiment that often gets applied in circumstances and situations that isn't the quality or nature of the thing that is contained within it. Now, this is also a continuation of the work that we see with Uranus that is still moving through Taurus, right? The only way to move into a new sense of comfortability is through being able to navigate one's own discomfiture. So it's not easy, but we see that that could be allowing for a lot of energetic breakthroughs as it relates to the ability to discern and recognize the difference in those modalities. Now, this brings us to the moon relationships. And the moon relationships are effectively been coming together since between the time of that Capricorn new moon cycle that we experienced up until that space by which Uranus went retrograde, which was around September 6th of last year. The moon relationships I just keep on seeing right now are going through a profound healing. And a lot of it, and I want to describe this, for the energy that's moving through solitude right now, the ability to open, right? The ability to open the past and see it in a different way is what is allowing a lot of that fortification in terms of what they're working towards. When I talk about the fact that the energies are incongruous right now, the energies, the moon relationships are closing past chapters. And why do we see that some of those moon relationships are closing past chapters right now? Specifically because, oh, I do have the world card here. Specifically because for a lot of those relationships, and I want to point this out, the fact that I'm even seeing the world card as I'm reading into the moon relationships it's a lot of, oh, what's that doing there, right? The modality or the understanding of being able to energetically recognize and identify what was missing and what was lacking in past relationship, right? So the relationships that we see that are currently coming together are working through understanding the lacquer, right? While the energy that is moving deeper into divine union is recognizing the lack. And how are they recognizing the lack right now? Because they're in a relationship. Because they're in a relationship that compartmentalizes the full experience, right? the ability by which they themselves, having had to go through experiences in the past, by which energy articulated that their purpose was breaking things. I just keep on seeing there's a profound amount of healing that's energetically occurring right now. And that healing that we see is the result of the energy being in a relationship by which another person feels safe to be within all of their facets. And this is what we talk about with a holistic relationship, right? A relationship that does not create the space by which you feel the need to compartmentalize the self, right? The space by which you don't feel like you can be the authentic sense of self, but the relationship that allows us to be able to be in our fullness creates the modality or the experience by which we're navigating our own expansion. So this is why we see that for a lot of these moon relationships, right, there's a lot of feelings that are potentially coming up, particularly in relationality to carrying some misplaced self-consciousness in the realm of their own inability to be in relationships that they're now recognizing and realizing are a result specifically of those experiences by way of understanding that if these were experiences by which they were working through the sense of purpose that drew another towards them, but then immediately another person described as feeling repellent towards that purpose, we see that that's the energy that's understanding the centrifugal force of purpose and how, when we're in energetic alignment, that purpose brings us closer. It's not something that attracts us and then later repels us, but it's a heavy lesson. But this is also why the energy is making peace with the past, because they're able to see it now in their past experience. This brings us to the energy that is deep within divine union. And for a lot of this energy deep within divine union, these are specifically the relationships that were coming together during the temperance cycle. So those are the cycles that we're focusing on, a lot of the lessons that we see in the temperance card. They were coming together between the time of that Uranus going retrograde in Taurus, which again we identified as about September 6th, to the summer solstice that we had this past summer. These relationships, I want to describe it right now. I feel like these relationships are going through potentially the most frustration as it relates to some of the experiences that we're currently seeing, because there's overwhelm energy there, right? There's a lot energetically happening. And so the space by which the energy themselves are working through situations or circumstances by which they're trying to expand. But I keep on seeing it's a slow process because it's requiring the ability to be adaptable in terms of, and I keep on hearing, adaptable in spaces where they used to be collapsible, right? The space by which they're holding firm upon things, or they're articulating upon something in a way that they never have before. I just keep on seeing that for some of that energy, that ability of being pervasive, and not just being pervasive, but holding some point of energetic strength specifically and particularly as it relates to their own patience. I'll keep on hearing that it almost feels like there's an expansion of patience that's occurring, because a lot of that energy is taking more broad approaches as it relates to coming into the space of solutions around things, which is effectively, I keep on getting, like there's something about that broad approach that's allowing the space by which I feel like previously they would have allowed themselves to get really focused upon something, but they're seeing something on a grander scale. And so the modality by which another sees something on a grander scale often creates a balancing point of the scales, because it is the energy that is effectively being able to identify through relationship, right? The long-term direction of healthy growth. And even in the space by which they're doing that, I feel like the beauty of it, and you have to understand this is like what's beautiful about being in a healthy relationship, is it feels like, I keep on hearing, it's like the malleability of time to a certain extent, because the energy is thinking about time in different ways, right? It's like their own perception of time is changing as it relates to being in a relationship that allows one not to feel like, I keep on hearing, it doesn't require one to have to be immediate as it relates to what you're doing, but the ability to effectively create those energetic points of strength. I just keep on seeing it. It's almost like I feel like it's the energy that feels even more secure in a relationship, because it's the space by which the energy effectively understands and recognizes what it means to be able to cooperate, right? And I like to point out, healthy relationships are cooperative relationships. And why do we identify the fact that healthy relationships are cooperative relationships? Because it's the understanding of recognizing and identifying, right, that positive back and forth that effectively doesn't, and I need to point this out, it almost says to me, frustrated energy loses the ability of moving into cooperative relationship, because often what happens, and I just want to kind of point this out, and I feel like this is a conversation that I see for some of that energy, right? The frustration, the frustration often comes forth in the space of the ego, right? Like the frustration comes forth, and this is what I keep on hearing. Okay, this is interesting, because what's happening here is, you know how I articulated that, thank you, but you know how I articulated how the energy in solitude is working through the ability to discern, between lacquer sentiment and knacker sentiment. So the difference between lacquer sentiment and knacker sentiment is the sentiment that the mind puts upon something to allow the ability of being able to feel it as one is trying to heal it, right? Knacker sentiment is the space by which the sentiment was always there and one can identify it, while we see that the energy deep within divine union right now is working through the recognition and the understanding of the difference between healthy frustration, right? The frustration that one feels when when one isn't thinking cooperatively. Okay, yeah, the frustration one feels that is valid when another person isn't thinking cooperatively, versus the frustration that often denies another person the ability to cooperate, because when we're frustrated, right, when we're energetically frustrated, it often blocks our own ability to see where those energetic breakthroughs can occur, right? So I feel like that's really interesting, because that's a lot of the energy that is deep within divine union that's discerning on the nature of frustration. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you want to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack today to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be happening on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the tarot. Oh my gosh, hold on a minute. In the Tarot Church Library class program, perfect example of what we talk about going through Libra full moon cycles. Keep in mind, if you those classes, you do not need to have previous experience in those classes in order to participate in the classes. I do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, Not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 9 hours. You also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been experiencing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on navigating this full moon energy that we've got coming in. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer, for those who are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey, as well as dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everyone a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll just need to bear with me a moment, because as I was doing that recap, imperfect April 10 tendency, my holder for my phone fell off. I think we're better now. Okay, I think we're okay. We're back. We're back. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing right now is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you want to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. We do here, for anyone joining us across the other apps, highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide readings, Pet readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, and love. If you've got information that you feel is relevant to the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. How are you doing today? Welcome. How are you doing today, user 831? Cosmic, if somebody's feeling really lost right now, it's a really important question. I think that this would be a really good full moon to kind of reorient in terms of what one's purpose is, right? The often, more times than not, when I see someone or when I'm working with someone that is navigating a feeling of lostness, it's usually correlated to having to work through something that's made one feel that they've either strayed from their purpose or the fact that another person isn't holding a purpose as dearly as they hold their own. So I don't think we do enough talking about, we don't talk enough in our society about the healthy work of honoring our purpose. you know? We don't put enough exploration into that. And so I feel like the way that that starts, right? The way that we can start reorienting into our purpose is by being able to articulate um, specifically and particularly about, right, what our own energetic, like what our own sense of aspiration is, or what what feels like it feeds our life, right? What feels like it creates nourishment. And I know that can sometimes feel difficult, especially in the energy that we're currently experiencing. Thank you for that question. It's a beautiful one. Absolutely. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Per. Good to see you today, dear. Oh, it's a great movie. And Therese, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Ella. I think it's remembering process for us all. Absolutely. Jenny, thank you for the follow as well. Hi there, Siobhan. Good to see you. Hi, Jenny. Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you for being here and sharing in these messages as well. It's, I have to point out when someone starts talking about DNA in that way, I consider that a medical reading. So I can't really, the truth about it is I don't do medical readings. I read specifically on energy. So it's interesting. I would be very curious, like, I like to point out that, like, I feel like it's important, and I try to do this when I do my readings, is making sure someone understands what I'm trying to articulate to them, right? So I feel like in the, like, it's interesting because there's like, and I think you're describing it, like the statement, like, did they give implications in relationality to what they were indicating that would mean or how that would affect you? Yeah, absolutely. I can see that. Mm-hmm. I did, Stella. I got you on the list, dear. You'll be the third person read for today. And I mean, one of the things we can always do is I can always do a reading and build off of, like, if you need clarity in terms of that, I can always give you an energetic read in terms of what I personally see, you know? And I need to stress this, like when I do readings, more often than not, we all have angelic energy around us in different ways, in varying degrees. Happy full moon, Kristen. Hi there, sister. How you doing today? Nani, good to see you as well. My stack. So here's the thing. The apps don't like it when we talk about other apps. So if you'd like to find it, I would encourage you. All you need to do is head over to my tree with Binks in it in my Lio. It's Substack, and you'll be able to find everything there. That's where we hold the tarot class program. I'm doing well. How are you doing, Sister Shine? Hi there, Whitey. And Avatar, welcome. And thank you, May, for the sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And Felicia, thank you for the follow as well. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. You're welcome, dear. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. It's you'll be the third person read for. It's the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. As I mentioned, we've got 2 different giveaways that are occurring right now. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure that you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway, we're already at 2.5, so thank you guys so much for that over on the Clock app. The other thing we're doing today is the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read will also be eligible for a reading. Avatar, you are currently the highest gifter there with 310. Thank you so much for those gifts and everyone who has sent a gift so far today. I'm also want to let you guys know, I want to ask a little favor from you guys. I'm doing my best. Anybody who's joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitles you to the same subscriber benefits that I articulated. However, I would like to be able to start offering subscriptions over on the place where we keep the photos. In order to do that, I need your help. So if you're here listening to this live, if you could hop over for a few minutes over to the place where we keep the photos and give me a follow there and comment in the feed followed. I'll be happy to give you an affirmation, a personal affirmation from a guidebook for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, if you could go ahead and share the live with 3 individuals there and comment shared, I will also be happy to give you that affirmation. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you are also on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all I need you to do is let me know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. Cosmic, thank you for getting on the list. You will be read for after Stella. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, you will be the 5th person read for. Thank you, Avatar. I appreciate you so much. That said, before we get started on today's daily collective read, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next meeting. Per, you got it. Well done. And as I mentioned, friends, if you'd like to get on the list right now, the list is open. However, before we begin, we do have 2 individuals that had priority on the list who were on the list before we started today. So I'm going to see if they're here. You said bunny, see? You should have gone with it. Before we get started, anyone who's on the list before we get started on the Daily Collective always has the opportunity of receiving a reading before we start the Daily Collective. So the 2 individuals that I'm seeing here, the first one on the list for today was Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. Second call right now for Julia. Second call right now for Julia. Okay, and if Julia is not here, the next person that we're reading for today who has priority is Yaz. I'm looking for Julia or Yaz. Julia or Yaz. Okay, if Julia and Yaz are not here, that's perfectly fine. We are going to get started on... Oh, hi, Yaz. Yaz is here. Hold on. Welcome. Can you let me know, dear, if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question or you have a specific question you would like me to read into? And just reminders to anyone joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via the tree that has Binks in it in my bio. You will be the 5th person read for. It's a great time to get on the list if you'd like to secure an early spot on the list for today. Felicia, thank you for those gifts. I appreciate you. And thank you for sending your first gift to me. Oh my gosh, I deeply appreciate you guys. Please remember to be recharging your heart knees if you're joining us over on the place where we keep over on the clock app. If you'd like an animal oracle card on top of your 1 card. Hi there. Shelbs, I'm happy to put you on the list. These are donation-based readings, dear. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list. If you get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. Ooh, we're doing an aura reading. I like it. Excellent. And I'm going to pin up Yaz here. Guys, make sure to give Yaz some love. Huh. Yes, I'm getting that there's some kind of like incredibly, I feel like it's interesting, like the word that's coming through, and it's funny too, because I don't know, it's always interesting when I'm reading into energy because I don't know what you effectively, like how you appear, but I'm getting this, like there's an exotic aura around you, is what I keep on seeing. There's something that I'm seeing there that feels incredibly, it's like incredibly exotic. And the reason I'm using the word exotic because the thing is about exotic is that there's no place that holds, that feels like it's the right place for you to be, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I keep on getting, you're holistically exotic, is what I keep on getting. It's a holistically exotic aura, which is the modality by which it's like anywhere you go, right? The way you can usually tell that you have an exotic aura is like when you are, and no matter where you are, right? Even if you're from there, energy will articulate the fact that there's a quality to you that they feel like they have a hard time pinning down or defining, right? It's like, and you can, there are some individuals that just have this, and it's interesting too, because the thing about it is, it makes you exist in a liminal space, right? Like, that's the hard part with having an exotic aura, is that you persistently have to exist in a liminal space, right? It's not, and again, and here's the hard part about it too. Often others try to articulate that that's lucky, but they don't get it. It's not lucky, it's liminal, right? Because to them, right, and I need to point this out, to them there's a quality to your aura that draws the eye to you, right? So the modality by which another person sees you is the space by which they can't stop looking at you. But that means that you constantly go to places, and you persistently feel like you're standing out, right? You feel like that's the only benefit, right? That's congratulations, you've got an exotic aura, which means you constantly feel in some way, shape, or form like a bit of a sore thumb, right? And the hard part about it is others will others will try to compliment one on it. You know, they'll be in the space of complimenting. And the thing is, when I see energy like this, right? When I see energy like this, who like after a long life lived with an exotic aura, it's like, it's like you're like, you don't want to say I know, right? Because it's not that you say I know, but it's like the space by which you say, like, I get that a lot, right? Which can often sometimes feel, it's painful, right? It's like it creates the space by which another person doesn't understand how heavy, right? They don't understand how heavy an exotic aura is, right? Because it's a lot to carry. And the hard part about it with an exotic aura, it's hard to carry, and you can't take it off. You know what I mean? You can't take it off. No, this whole thing, like, it's not, it doesn't even, like, I even see the space by which you tried to energetically suppress it for a while. I see you like, I see you like under like this for like almost like something like that for a bit, right? Like trying to downplay something, right? It's like, I see you trying to downplay something. That doesn't work either, right? It doesn't work either. That's the hard part about it. Like when you get exhausted, because, and here's the thing, I wouldn't be surprised, right? And some signs with energy that has an exotic aura is you go through, right? You go through a lot of different phases, because, and this is the thing about it, you're trying desperately to fit in by modifying your exotic aura, sometimes even in the space by which you used to, I even hearing, you used to dress in a way to deter the gaze, is what I keep on seeing, right? You were trying to calibrate the exotic aura, even in the space by which I see that there was a phase by which you were like trying to go the absolute opposite to see, like, maybe I can see you trying to be like, well, maybe if I do this, it'll balance. It doesn't, right? That you can't, it's frustrating. You can't, like, no matter, like, it doesn't matter what you wear, it doesn't matter what you do, it doesn't matter what you do, right? It's like, it's there. You can't effectively remove it. And I think that you kind of understand it, right? You usually grow into an aura like this, right? Because, and I want to point this out, the reason I articulate that is having an aura like this can be projection. It can be projection central, right? Usually energy that has an aura like this hits a breaking point, and the breaking point is literally like, you know what? Like it's when you stop, when you give up, you finally, it's not that you fit in, but you just move into, right? You move into the space by which you just accept it, right? And that's what I mean. It's surrendering and accepting it, but being able. I keep wondering, like being able to deal with it in a way that allows one. I feel like I feel like it's almost. I feel like there's something there by which like and you've gotten to that point, right? Like I can see you trying to work through it because, and here's the thing about it with energy like this, good or bad, it's still distracting, you know? Like good or bad, it's still distracting because I feel like you recognize it's like it creates that space by which another person tries to center you. So I almost feel like it's like, and I almost see like you doing this type of work. Like I see you being like, it's not about me. I see you being like, you're getting better, right? And I can see this too. I feel like your friends, I feel like the energy close to you is sensitive about it too, right? Like I feel like that's what I keep on seeing. And I like to point this out. You'll know the energy that is truly for you in the energy that I keep on seeing, um, that is supportive of another person's energetic projections, specifically, and I keep on, and this is the hard part about it. Like, and I need to describe it. Like, the hard thing about it is, um, like, and I don't know where that Leo placement is, but it's strong, right? Because, and here's the thing about, like, what we don't understand is like, it's like that's what happens, right? The space by which another person can't stop looking. When another person's too deep in their ego, they will try to articulate that that's something intentional. And I see the energy that supports you saying you're like I feel like it's you. You're the energy that supports you has told energy straight up that they're being a creep. And when I mean a creep, right, I don't mean a creep, like I don't mean that accusingly. I mean a creep in the space by which if we can't help looking at someone, that's not their issue. That's our issue, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like that's what I hear a lot of the energy around you articulating, which is if you can't, like I almost hear somebody saying around you, if you can't stop looking, right, you need to check your heart space, right? Because that's literally the modality of another person that is like, I keep on hearing like showing their own, right? Like showing their own energetic immaturity in relationality to not understanding, right? To not understanding that regardless, I keep wondering, regardless of whether it's admiring or regardless of whether it's admiring or projected, it still feels negative, is what I keep on seeing, right? And I feel like I feel like I see a lot of close energy working to protect you in those ways, specifically, like I keep on hearing, specifically from obsessive energy, right? And obsessive energy is often, and like I said, like obsessive energy is often energy that stares and I keep remembering that aren't aware of their own tendency to stare, which is the modality by which they identify the fact. And what I mean that is the space by which they try to effectively articulate that you're doing something to them, instead of them not being energetically aware of the fact that you can't control your own aura, right? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Well, or can you? No, it's like, I feel like, I think it's interesting because I feel like, there was a past life where you used to do a lot of energy work, is what I'm getting here. But that's something that's like a whole different thing. Is because I gotta stress this, you got a lot of this Wheel of Fortune energy here, right? And so I'm getting a message that in the past life, there was there was a word. I keep on hearing there was a word for what you do that used to protect you from it, is what I keep on getting. Like the modality by which others just realized or recognized that the work that you did created, created that type of effect, is what I keep on getting. So it was, I like to point this out. Sometimes when I start dipping into others' past lives, sometimes in the past life, things are harder. Sometimes they were easier. Sometimes they were, there are a few things, right? A few things, not many, but sometimes there's a few things I read into that's like, oh, it's a shame that we lost that. Because I just keep on seeing that there was something, something about something about what others called you or what you did that made it more navigable because it was related to the work that you did, right? It was like the energy that just understood it, or the environment by which you experienced something, that it just came with the territory. But I keep on seeing we've lost that here, so it's a little bit harder because others don't know how to deal with it, and there isn't the ability to articulate to another about like the quality of it, which makes it makes it more confusing to navigate to a certain extent. Thank you so much for having, hold on, I gotta write a note for you. Bear with me. All right, I said, this is your book. All right, I just had to make a note on that. Okay, thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is open. Anybody who gets on the list right now will be read for once we finish the daily collective. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. One moment. No problem. Anytime you would like one, Shelbs. Grand Rising, Heather. Good to see you today. I know, I like the perkies. I prefer aura. I'm not gonna say, I don't like, a rumor has it. I feel like, yeah, it's the same thing. I appreciate it though. Yep. Grand Rising Avatar. That actually makes so much sense. How you doing today, Amber? That sounds lovely. It sounds lonely. Lovely and lonely. Ella, thank you for showing the live. Yes, it feels very liminal and very almost alienating. That's the hard part. Everybody else sees it and goes, must be lovely, and you're like, actually, it's pretty lonely. Yeah, I can understand that. How you doing, Polly? If you'd like to get on the list here, the list is open. We're about to get started on the free collective, but these are donation-based reads. So it's a donation of $29 or more. We'll give you access, and that like 29 or more is a read. I understand that. Yeah, I should have guessed instead of hair to match exotic aura. Yes, it can be exhausting. Yes, I can literally recognize the stares of people trying to pin me down, but not really understanding. Exactly. It's like, and that's the thing. Like you can't help it. Like that's the hard part about it. I can read for you on that. Again, so I need to point this out. If I were to read on that the thing that I would have to see how they feel about talking about it. So if I were to, I can't say with full assurance that they would be inclined to talk about it unless I tried to energetically connect with them. Because if they were often, if they're especially if there was reticence there, but we can always read into it. We could do a reading based upon it, and we could try to bring forth that question, if that helps. Yeah, I try to suppress it as much as I can, or try to fit in energetically. No, I see, like, no, that's what your guides were basically articulating, right? Like, that's what I was seeing with that bottom of the deck energy. And I feel like you've got a guide that's trying to help you with that. And it feels like a guide that was connected to a past life. Hold on. Yep. Okay. Yeah, this has been my whole life. Thank you for also connecting to that message as well, Cosmic. I've never heard anyone explain this so clearly, and it feels so accurate. I'm so glad that this is helping. Yeah, it's projection central. I try not to take the stares and the weird looks. You can't take it personally. Especially, I keep wondering, especially if you've tried everything to make it go away, like that's confirmation. Oh, yours is from trauma. Sending you support, Cosmic. I know what you're talking about in relationality to that. I've read for that too. Yeah, and Michelle, thank you for reposting. Yes, my friends have tried to protect me from the projections and stares of other people too often. And Michelle, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Exactly. I know it's beautiful energy. But the thing is, I keep on seeing, like, sometimes when energy's like that, it can feel heavy. Yeah, exactly this. Just talking about it for 5 minutes, great confirmation. Excellent. And sweet thing, thank you, sweet D, thank you for the heart knees. Exoticness sounds so, but I appreciate it. But here's the reason, here's the thing, you have to understand the quality by which I'm identifying exotic, and the way you'll know I say this, is even where you're somewhere that you should fit in, you still feel exotic. Okay? That's what I mean. It is ubiquitously, I'm talking about ubiquitously exotic. And thank you so much. I'm your 3 for the follow. Being beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful. That's beautifully said, Cosmic. I wish I could call myself something that would make this aura more palatable. That's what I see. In a past life, you did something that allowed, like it was others would just say, oh, and they're like, oh, yeah, of course, right? Yeah, energy work does sound familiar. I wonder what the job was. I mean, we could delve into it. But I keep on seeing, right, it was like, it's interesting too, because it's saying that the energy that was around you was more familiar with it. Oh, Leo's in your 8th house. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That was this that I was getting, right? Look at it. That's that Leo in the 8th house. It's like, you're welcome, dear. Absolutely. Excellent. Hi, Julia. Oh, good. Julia's here too. Perfect. Awesome. All right. So, friends, before we get started on today's Daily Collective, we're doing anybody who gets on the list the day before or before we get on live has priority. So we're doing 2 readings today for individuals who had priority before we get started on today's energetic read. Oh, yeah. What's going on? What's going on, Julia? Are you sure? It's entirely up to you. You got on early. I'm happy to do the reading now if you prefer. Oh, thank you. Okay, great. We'll do it now. Perfect. All right. Before we continue, this is your card. Hold on. Before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got this Sao. We'll do that again after the next reading. We'll keep that out. I feel inclined to. Okay, and I'm going to pin up Julia here. Yep, I saw that you sent the question over. So just a reminder to those who are interested in having a read, you can include it in the notes. You can include any information that you have for a read if you feel like there's information that you want to share with me in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel, if you are a subscriber. Yep, no problem, dear. And before we continue right now, I love all those little gifts, Nicole. Thank you. And thank you for the follow. I'm saying, y'all are saying such adorable things today. I like when I see weird animals in the guesses. Hold on a minute. And I'm going to pin you up here. Guys, make sure to give Julia some love. Yeah, I got you. All right, we're doing, yeah, it's guide guidance, yeah. Can I get 3 more cards? Yeah. One more. Me one of them days, man. Okay. So, I gotta walk you through. Like, and I need to help. Like, there's a few things you have to understand, because you're literally deep in the hardest and deep inner child healing right now. And I need to point out, inner child healing does not mean that you have to be compassionate with what you see is occurring. Particularly and especially if something's happening that you don't condone, because you would never make that choice. And what's interesting about it is I literally see, okay, like, and I think you understand this. Like, I see somebody who has a lot of familiar past territory as you. And sometimes we see somebody who has familiar territory to us to see some ways we could have perfected something, right? This is what the guides do with the inner child healing, being like, "Aw, nuts. I never thought of doing it that way. Oh man, that's a gene. Oh man, why didn't I do that?" Right? Like, it's like, that's the inner child healing. That's like, hold on, I need to get a pen. Yeah, no. You go on with your bad self. No, I'm just taking notes. This is awesome. Right? And that's where that's the inner child healing that allows us to feel like there's some real work happening, because we're like, oh, I'm learning. No, I am in the school of you. We are very similar, and man, you are just inspirational. Hold on, I got to take this down. And sometimes we have the inner child healing that goes the opposite, that goes, you're doing what? You did what? You said what? You chose to do what? And what did they do? And you can usually tell when you're having that type of inner child healing, because you see what's happening. The inner child's getting smaller and smaller, because the inner child's going, I would never do that. What got into you? Right? And that is the hard. That is the hard inner child healing, because that's the inner child healing that helps the guide say, do you see how exceptional you are? I'd like to take a moment, right? I want you to think about that. The guide's showing you, right? The guide's putting something before you where another person is articulating upon the right to something, right? And then you're sitting there, jaw dropped, and there's that guide right beside you that leans in and whispers in your ear, I would like to take this opportunity to show you how absolutely magnificent and exceptional you are. Because that right there, right? That could have been you. Right? That was open to you. That's also a different way it could have gone. Right? That's also a different direction. And the thing about our guides, right? The thing about our guides, that's why our guides love us. Our guides love us, right? They love us profoundly. And sometimes the guides show us things that are hard to see. And sometimes when they show us things that are hard to see, they're loving us even more in that moment. Because they're reminding us about how energetically proud they are as it relates to the directions that we ourselves choose to go. So I feel like it's hard because I see a situation, right? I see you navigating circumstances, right? I see you navigating circumstances that feel like they're energetically exhausting to you, right? Potentially even feeling like you're in the modality of a parent, right? And what's hard when you're a parent is the fact that things are apparent. When we are a parent, things are apparent. And that apparency, right, is potentially what allows you to be able to effectively identify and recognize, right? And I like to point this out. What does a good parent do, right? We give each other tools, but we don't do it for each other. And I feel like the modality, and I think that it's harder too, because I see you having to do mutual work right now, right? Usually the sign that you're moving into like deeper inner child healing is when you start experiencing going into situations and you feel as though you are the energetic parent, right? The modality by which we recognize and identify the shape and nature of the work and the space by which we see, right? And I've got two different things around you right now. I see one person, and I like to point this out. I'll just put it this way, right? There's a difference between untethered and healed, right? Because and I like to point this out, that the hardest part about healing is the modality by which another person says, right, I need to be here. Like, I need to be here because you can't control yourself, right? That's often what you see in unhealthy parenting dynamics, right? The modality by which another person feels that if they were not there, another person would move into like the worst condition of the self, and the trauma that occurs when we finally get away from energy that says that, and we recognize that we, like, not only are we fine, but we're working on refinement, right? But I almost want you to understand and recognize that there might be something before you that is articulating upon what someone was worried for, right? Because if you are energetically exceptional, and I want you to think about this, if you are energetically exceptional, right, and you're seeing before you what one would typically expect, then you can potentially imagine that you can start to, it doesn't heal it entirely, but it can help you understand the space by which you may have been traumatized by another person's misplaced worries. I'm going to give you bottom of the deck on this, something to keep in mind going forward. There's that star card in its reversal, right? There's that star card in its reversal, which is the observation that if you are in the space by which you are extremely mature, right? If you're in the space by which you're extremely mature, and the modality by which the energy around you is what you can typically expect, then it doesn't make it okay, right? But it helps you to calibrate, right, where the energetic cause for concern was coming from, right? Because it's the space by which another person did not harmed you by not recognizing how energetically exceptional you are. It doesn't make it better, but sometimes we start to heal, not because something's better, but the problem becomes clearer. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We just completed the individuals who had priority today, who got on the list before the Daily Collective began. We're going to get started on the Daily Collective shortly. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Nicole, thank you for sharing the live. I got to give you guys my P.O. box. I love that. I am this close to sending you a new animal deck with different animals. I don't need a new, you know what I need? We need a booster pack. Do they do booster packs for Oracle cards? We need a booster pack. God, I'm a nerd. Okay, it's fine. If you're not a nerd, you don't know what I'm talking about. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Okay. It can be outside. Thank you, Julia. Mamo, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Vulnerability for the win. Aw. Yeah, I think it would take a while to stare back at all of them, but I'll try. Thank you. Yep. I didn't feel inclined to share it entirely because it has to do with another person's energetic journey as well. So I was feeling strongly called to kind of just share what was necessary. And Jane, thank you for the follow. Yeah, your guides kept saying put your foot down, right? Having to be the energetic parent in something. Grand Rising Minnie. I do my best, Unique. I appreciate you too. Yep, go on with your bad self. Thank you for confirmation, Julia. Even when I was younger, there are some things that I was never that way, right? That's what I mean. Like, do you see how exceptional you are? And I keep on hearing the harm caused by another person recognizing how exceptional. Like that's painful too. Yeah, I was nothing like what I experienced from them. Exactly. What a beautiful message. Yep, they kept you oddly calm. Exactly. Oh dear. And Nicole, Grand Rising. Yep, yeah, you understand now, right? Vanessa, thank you for that as well. Yes. I am, hold on a minute. I really am realizing that I'm really different, and I just want everyone to be more loving in life. But that's the thing. It's beautiful, but you've got a lot of old soul energy, right? Old soul energy is like, what's going on? Like what's gotten into everybody? It's like, it's the first time. First time. I'm like, I can teach this to those that are willing to let love. Exactly. Beautiful. But again, all in good time, right? All in good time. I'm okay with that. You know what, Alexandra? That makes me okay because sometimes I see things that says, and I'm like, oh no, what's he gonna say about me? Grand Rising Celestial, good to see you. We don't need more animal options. I feel like we're having an argument as to we need like either less or more, We do. We need more variety and direction. Yes. Exactly. Yes, like is everyone okay? Or yeah, it's a lot of like I need to stress this, like old soul energy always brings this like be cool energy into the room. It's like It's like, it's like, what can you do? It's like, I don't know what to say about it. All right, we're going to get started. We're going to get started on today's Daily Collective. But as I mentioned, friends, we just completed those who had priority. Just if you ever want to get on the list and be read for before the Daily Collective begins, if you just send your donation, if you send your donation the day before, you'll have priority for the Daily Collective. You can also always request priority if you would prefer it if I'm on as well. Absolutely. Like everybody stay calm. Exactly. All right, we're going to get started on today's Daily Collective read. But before we do so, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? All right. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the sow. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And just a reminder, we're doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing right now is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read. Currently, that is being held by Avatar. Thank you so much for those gifts, Avatar, and deeply appreciate everyone who has sent gifts so far. Before we begin, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles one more time with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The cat. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Give me one moment. Oh, hold on. I missed some comments. You were close. I love it. Excellent. Ooh, hold on a minute. Wonderful. All right. Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update for today, Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. We are going to get started right now. We're going to begin today's reading with the headspace of masculine. Can I get 3 cards? We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the headspace of masculine. Can I get 3 cards for masculine right now? Oh, we got 4 cards coming out. We've got here the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with the 9 of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with the Page of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with the 3 of Swords in its reversal. That's a lot of pentacle energy. You know what? I feel like there's something really important here that I'm identifying, particularly in relationality to masculine energy. I keep on seeing in the space of working through, like this is all Libra energy. This is all that Libra, this is all that Libra full moon energy that we're seeing in Aries season. Let's get into it, right? Because, and I want to describe this, when we see a lot of pentacle energy, I feel like there's this false premise of identifying pentacle energy in the like the word that's coming through is the difference between, I keep hearing the difference between true scarcity and scarcity mindset. And what do we mean about the difference between true scarcity and scarcity mindset? And I want to describe this. True scarcity is scary, right? True scarcity is scary because true scarcity is scary. Like that's why the word scary's in it, right? Because it's the modality by which the attenuation point in terms of what is energetically missing, right, qualifies for how we energetically feel upon things. And so I see here that for a lot of the masculine energy, there's some kind of observation that's potentially occurring in relationality to the context between the difference between scarcity and scarcity mindset. Now, what is so toxic about scarcity mindset? Scarcity mindset is often created by an overactive ego, right? Scarcity mindset is often created by an overactive ego because we have to understand that when the ego is in a healthy space, it's not in the space by which it's constantly pervasively demanding the attention of the self, but the modality by which it works as filter in terms of keeping the self healthy, right? When we think about the healthy ego that serves as shield, then the healthy ego is one that when there's an alarm, like when the healthy ego is working and there's something energetically distressing the self, then the ego is in the space by which it will effectively articulate and build into the context of being able to state upon the energetic express needs. But often you'll identify that scarcity mindset is a quality and characteristic to an unhealthy ego because it's the modality by which, right, we can have, it's a space by which we have everything, right? We have energetically everything, and then we see something else and we demand more of it, right? Because we're working too much into the methodology of energetic comparison, right? And this is why it's interesting because I almost see a lot of the masculine energy that is working through the energetic observation of the comparison that feels healthy in the space by which it is self-referential, right? The modality by which we work through the comparison of the self that allows the observation in terms of how we ourselves are able to effectively articulate upon needs that we have met and addressed versus the toxicity of scarcity mindsets. Because you'll see, right, and the scarcity mindset is effectively the modality by which one constantly feels like one is on the brink of danger, even when one is fully, energetically secured. And this is something that we need to work upon and heal, because when you understand the quality by which we effectively understand that, then we begin to be able to work through the energetic space of the ego effectively, because it's the observation between the scarcity mindset that often the ego wants to impress upon everything with, right, the clarity of the higher self that allows the context of perception. And the context of this higher self and the perception often identifies, right, that scarcity, right, scarcity, when it's true scarcity, does not exist in the mind. It exists in the energetic experience, right? It's the ability, it's the tangibility of trying to effectively find something and not being able to find it. So the minute that scarcity enters the mind, it becomes energetically unhealthy because, right, it's the modality by which, right, you'll often see energy like this, energy that's in a space of deep comfortability, but they continually articulate upon the fact that they're on the energetic brink. And that deeply damages the relationships, right? Because what happens when we can't relieve ourselves of scarcity mindset and we move into relationship, right? It's the modality by which we're constantly screaming, right? It's like the modality by which we're constantly screaming, help me, right? but the modality in terms of how we feel, that's it, pervasive, versus, right, the modality by which we feel actually stable. And the way you can usually tell, right, the way you can usually tell if you're working to heal a scarcity mindset is if you've ever felt stable, right? If you are currently actively working through a scarcity mindset, and if you're like, have you ever felt, was there ever a modality by which one felt comfortable, right? Because if you can recall a time, right? If you can recall a time when you actually felt stable, then you are experiencing scarcity. But the modality by which you always feel that way, right? Like, is the scarcity in the room with us now? Right? Is the scarcity in the room with us now? This is what creates the toxicity in our experience, right? Because the modality by which we articulate and heal is by being able to assess our own feeling of desperation, right? And the thing about it is, when we're working towards a healthy space, the desperation isn't energetically pervasive. It's the ability by which we can effectively articulate upon, right? It's the ability by which we can energetically articulate upon that standard. So I feel like this is important. And the reason I see this potentially entering relationships right now is because, like I said, we've got a Libra full moon in Aries season. And a Libra full moon in Aries season is always working through the space of trying to find a healthy or restorative sense of balance to things, right? And it's hard when things come towards us, right? This is what we see, right? When there's a lot of things happening, right? When there's a lot of things happening at every moment, it's very easy to feel like you move out of balance. But the ability to effectively restore the balance is one that we work upon within so that we can heal without. And so I feel like there's a lot of that energy that is effectively identifying that and recognizing it. And I keep on seeing, like, one of the beautiful aspects of experience is working through, and right, this is often how we describe love, right? Love is often identified in terms of the energetic balance that we feel that we bring to each other, right? And that balance is often one that we amplify and articulate as it relates to how we energetically communicate. Now, this brings us to feminine energy. And feminine energy, we've got here, I'm going to get 3 cards. 3 cards for feminine. I'm feeling inclined to utilize the Nouveau Tarot today for feminine energy. 2, 3. 3 cards. We've got the 5 of Swords in its reversal, the Emperor card in its upright, and the Strength card in its upright. So what are we effectively seeing? With those 3 cards? And I want to describe, these cards feel very energetically different right now. And the thing I keep on identifying, the thing I'm identifying with a lot of the feminine energy is working into the condition of understanding and recognizing, like, especially with the Emperor and the Strength card, it's the same feeling of, I feel like it's interesting because I see masculine working on balance. I see feminine working upon, and the word that keeps on coming through is cooperation. And the thing I want to describe, the thing that we see when it comes to cooperation is, you'll always notice this. Energy that's perpetually in a space of feeling frustrated doesn't find any cooperation. And why is that? Because the modality by which Cooperation is found via the preparation, right? Cooperation is preparation. And so the modality by which we effectively work to cooperate I keep on getting, it's an energetically collaborative process. And I feel like there's a lot of that energy that's potentially working through situations and circumstances. I keep on seeing this is energy that is absolutely exhausted with someone doing something that they want to do and then saying that they're doing it for another person, right? The modality by which we understand and recognize, and this is why we say things, we don't claim to be doing something for another when we're doing it for ourselves, but the space by which this energy often has, and I need to point this out, this is why I feel like a lot of this energy feels virulent towards feminine energy that does not recognize this, because it's a modality by which another person gets overprotective that is the state and nature of where a lot of harm in this world comes from. When feminine energy recognizes that often that there has been a massive amount of trauma and drama that has been unleashed in the world in the state by which another person tried to claim that they were protecting feminine energy, right? The space by which they said we have to protect our feminine energy, that then the feminine energy often gets very energetically strong in terms of articulating the space by articulating the claim that you're trying to protect anyone from anything is energetically wrong, because the modality by which one insists, right? One insists upon the fact that you're protecting something against another person's wishes to, that's not protection. That's the ego on overdrive, right? Because when we understand that the ego is in a constant state of articulating unnecessary danger, all of those fears, right? Everything is to be feared, right? And we understand that the prescription for understanding all of those fears is to try to effectively remove anything that one finds is scary, right? And then you articulate the fact that you yourself aren't scared. You're actually scared you're scared for all that vulnerable energy. You're scared for all that vulnerable energy. And meanwhile, the vulnerable energy saying, I'm perfectly fine, chill out, right? Then you understand why it's so necessary for the feminine to articulate the position by means of stating that nothing is done in the name of feminine energy. That when you look at so many things, all of the harms in the world that have been done with the state of trying to articulate it was done for the sake of feminine, you've got a reason to be upset. You'd be upset too. You'd be energetically furious, right? It's not love. It's not love to be overprotective in ways that another person doesn't desire you to. That's ego. That's not love. And I see that a lot of the feminine energy trying to impress that upon circumstances and situations. But it's hard and frustrating because often the space, right? And you'll notice this energy that articulates that it doesn't want it to be, the same energy that wants to protect also tries to state that one should have a voice in the nature of one's own protection, right? It's all projection. So we see that that's a lot of the feminine that builds into the context of understanding how frustrating that is and having a right to be energetically frustrated. Meanwhile, for non-binary energy, 3 cards, please. And we'll be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for non-binary. We've got here the 3 of Pentacles in its reversal, the 8 of Swords in its upright, and the 10 of Wands in its upright. So what are we effectively seeing in relationality to the thing I keep on seeing with a lot of the non-binary energy right now? And the thing about it is there's a lot of this, there's something that's important here that is articulating and amplifying the nature and the shape of energetic care. And I keep on seeing when we work together, we get there, right? When we work together, we get there. But when we energetically fall apart, we don't, right? And I keep on hearing segmentation should only be celebration. Segmentation should only be celebration. And why am I keep on hearing segmentation should only be celebration? Because the modality by which we energetically segment upon something should allow the context by which we celebrate, but we don't articulate the space by which that segmentation creates exclusivity, right? And what do I mean by that? Because there is, and this is all a continuation of the healing that we need to do in relationality to that Pluto and Capricorn energy. Because let me tell you a little bit about that Pluto Capricorn energy that we went through for a long time. Pluto and Capricorn is all about putting things in boxes, being like, this goes here and this goes here, and you don't have a place. See what I just did? That's what Pluto and that's what Pluto and Capricorn gets you, right? Right there. You want to see the damage that Pluto and Capricorn wrought? Here it is. You go here. There we go. Oh, that looks nice there. You go here, and I don't need that. But and that, like, there goes a whole person. There goes a whole person. What'd you just do? That was a person. No, doesn't fit in a box. It doesn't fit in no, doesn't fit in box. Can't stay. That's Pluto and Capricorn for you right there. Right? There's your Pluto and Capricorn. Right? And it's a modality by which you understand that if something doesn't feel like it doesn't fit, then it's your responsibility to make room for it. That's what Pluto and Aquarius says, right? Pluto and Aquarius says if you are in the modality, if you're in the space by which you're getting so twisted up about putting something into a box that you'd rather, what happened to all that? Like, what's that pile behind you, right? Like, what's that pile behind you? What's all that stuff, right? That's the understanding of the inclusivity that creates the space of energetic harmony. Because the system, if you're building into an energetic system that can't fit something, it's not the things that are in the system that are the energetic problem. It's the system. And so we see, but I also see that that's a lot of the energy that understands, and I keep on saying this, segmentation is celebration. The modality by which we can understand things that are unique, that are delightful, that are energetically wonderful. But if there's something unique about you that makes you feel that you can't see something, or worse, that makes you feel like you're supposed to be scared of something else, that's not a gift. That's not a gift that you're getting. That's not a gift that somebody's handing you. It should be a blessing, right? The segmentation that we carry with us should be delightful blessings, right? It shouldn't feel like curses. And what is a curse? A curse makes you feel afraid. A curse makes you feel small. A curse makes you feel like you carry fear. So the modality by which we effectively work through the modality of energetically healing and understanding, I feel like what's really happening right now in this energy is healing, right? It's healing our relationship to segmentation that potentially occurred at the time that we were effectively experiencing all of that Pluto in Capricorn energy, which is the observation that says it's okay if there's something about you that is energetically unique and precious and special, but it shouldn't come at the cost of hating, hurting, or fearing another person in the process of feeling that. Because if it does, that's not a blessing that you're carrying. That's not a blessing. And I feel like that's a continuation of the conversation. I feel like that's a lot of the work that the energy is doing in relationality to healing their relationships in terms of working through a lot of like letting go and releasing a lot of that shadow work. Continuing to get clarification, 3 cards, and we're going to be moving into the heart space back into the heart space of masculine. 3 cards, please. And we're going to be utilizing for the heart space of masculine, the Aquarian Tarot. Or no, we're not the Aquarian Tarot. We're going to be utilizing the Nouveau Tarot. 3 cards. Nope, cantilevered. Yep. We've got here the 7. Oh my gosh, there's so much pentacle. There's so much pentacle energy right now in the masculine. 7 of Pentacles in its reversal. In combination with the 2 of Wands, and this is the cantilevered one, the 2 of Wands, and the Knight of Swords in its upright. And I feel like, you know, I feel like there's something. I feel like there's something really important that I'm identifying in relationality to the masculine heart space. And the thing I keep on seeing in the masculine heart space is, and again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. And I need to stress this because this is really important. You know, the way another perceives us tells us everything that we need to know. The way another perceives us tells us everything that we need to know in relationality to how we ourselves work through the understanding of, I keep on getting like, the way another perceives us helps us understand and recognize what we're energetically working to change versus what it is that we're working to let go of. And I feel like there's something really important about that, specifically and particularly as it relates to the nature, the nature and the understanding of what it feels like to be us, right? And I want to describe this. This is what we mean about the act of love being an act by which we understand and recognize the full force of being seen, right? Because and I want to describe this. The love by which another person perceives us, but they don't know what it means to feel like us, can often feel more like idolatry, right? The modality by which another person says, and this is sometimes why you'll see relationships that end summarily in the space by which another person says, it must be nice, right? Because it's the modality by which nothing is nice. Everything is difficult. But the space by which another person articulates and amplifies the energetic ease by which we're effectively moving through things can often help us understand what we're working to release, right? Because the modality by which, I keep on hearing, the modality by which another person identifies ease when there's a lot of work there literally is the definition of being misperceived. And never do we feel less loved than when we are misperceived. The modality or the experience by which we often feel that energetic weight that devastates, right? And I feel like this is a lot of the energy that is working upon both healing, right? Both healing from experiences by which they themselves were misperceived in the context of another person trying to describe easement when there's a lot of hard work there, right? While at the same time, right, understanding and recognizing and releasing, right? Recognizing and right, which is the space by which we identify the quality and characteristic of the ego that often, and this is the hard part about it, right? When the ego is too demanding, we can't see things, right? Like that's often what happens. Like the shape of the ego that can be overactive is that it's the space by which it doesn't allow us to be able to perceive things fully. So I feel like it's interesting because I see a lot of the masculine energy working through both of those things at once, which is a combination, right? That's the combination force of an inside versus an outside problem, right? And that would basically indicate that that's working upon, that's the kind of work we would expect with Jupiter in Cancer, which is a healthy sense, right? Building into a healthy sense of ego, right? And that's why we identify a good ego as one that protects the self, but doesn't blind the self, right? It's the space by which we can see through it, and it allows us to be able to deepen our energetic relationships or heal the relationships, right? This is the gift, right? This is a gift of a healthy ego, right? And here's the thing about it. You're going to get a healthy ego and you're going to see things and they're going to hurt. It's going to hurt a lot. And when they hurt a lot, you better be doing that work in terms of being able to feel your emotions. Because the first thing you're going to do when you heal your ego is you're going to see a lot of stuff that you couldn't see before. And it's going to affect you. And then you're going to feel a lot of emotions about it. And then you better be in the space by which you're ready to navigate all of the emotions that you'll come across as you recognize and identify what you couldn't energetically see before. And this brings us to, and that allows you to be able to heal more, right? And this brings us to the feminine energy. And feminine energy right now, can I get 3 cards? We're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the heart space of feminine right now. We got 2. Yeah, we got 2. Yep, we got 2 in the first position. Oh my goodness. And we've got 1 in the center. So the cards, the way they came out was the Queen of Swords in its reversal with the King of Cups in its upright. Okay. And the Chariot in its reversal. And this is what's hard about it. And this is what I see a lot of the feminine energy working through, right? When we care about each other, we don't play with each other's emotions. Right? When we care about each other, we don't play with each other's emotions. And the modality by which I just keep on seeing the modality by which another person is energetically careless with emotions, that's how you lose emotional access. Right? Like there it is. And I need to point this out. And I keep on getting, for some of the feminine energy, that I'm identifying here, it almost feels directed towards, I keep on getting the difference between an emotional outburst versus a logical outburst, because you'll sometimes notice that an emotional outburst will often be guaranteed when someone is trying to hide a logical fallacy, right? Whenever you uncover a logical fallacy, be prepared to see an emotional outburst occurring, right? Because what happens, right? There it is, right? There it is, right? When you like you'll see it, like you will see it, and once you see it, like when you see others do that, that tells you everything you need to know about that person, right? Like that, like that's it. Oh, like it's like, oh, okay, thank you for showing me that, right? Because often you'll notice when another person, when you encounter a logical fallacy and it sets someone off into an emotional outburst, then you see somebody who's trying to distract you from the logic, right? When you see someone who has a tendency of moving into emotional outbursts to hide the fact that they're not being logical, then that is that is all you need. That is all you need to see about another person, right? You're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get anywhere with that person. You're never going to get anywhere with that person. How could you get anywhere with a person who, when you encounter a logical fallacy, they move into an emotional outburst, right? Because that is somebody who is effectively articulating upon the fact that is somebody who's deep within their ego, right? Because that is literally the sign of someone who is too deep in their ego. Because what it is, the ego is demanding something. What was that? The ego was demanding something. The ego was demanding something that didn't make any sense, right? And now you're energetically emotional about it, right? Right. It's the modality by which we understand. Like that helps us define ego-led action, right? You will always find that is exactly the sign of somebody who's moving too deep in their ego, because ego-led action will often create the space by which another person moves towards, right? Moves towards the emotionality, right? Moving towards the inclination, allowing the emotions to overwhelm. And then in the space by which the emotions overwhelm, when you try to bring up the logical fallacy, boom, right? Emotional, right? Boom. There's the emotional thunderstorm to block. There's the emotional thunderstorm to block the fact that you're making sense, right? There's the emotional thunderstorm that the ego creates to block the fact that somebody's making sense, right? And that's why you can't, and I feel like a lot of energy that recognizes when you see that quality in someone, right? When you identify that quality, and I like to point out, because when our emotions are healthy, they articulate upon need, right? When their emotions are healthy, they articulate upon need. They point us in healthy directions. They don't create, right? They don't create the energetic volatility of working through circumstances or situations that create, right? That create the effective emotionality that lacks energetic direction. And I feel like that's a lot of the energy of the feminine that's seeing that, and they're not having emotional reactions towards it, because why would you, right? It's not it when you see something like that, it's not emotional. It's sad, right? It's like it's like your heart breaks for someone, but it's also the modality by which you recognize the nature of it, is because it's the understanding of the capacity in relationality to working through, right, empathy. And so we often see this, like this is the identification point of it. Continuing to get clarification, non-binary energy, and we're going to be utilizing we're going to be utilizing for the heart space of non-binary, let's see. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. 3 cards. The King of Swords in its reversal. The 7 of Pentacles in its reversal. And the 9 of Swords in its upright. You know, I've got to express, like, I feel like there's a lot of energy in this space that it's like I'm trying to read this energetically, and like I'm like, this is what I'm reading energetically, which is How do I describe these cards? Because I'm just showing, like, let me explain this. If you know what I'm talking about here, you know what I'm talking about, but I can't do that. I'm going to try to explain it. You know, I gotta, it's, there's something really important that we identify in relationality to, there's something that we identify in terms of, the best way I can describe what I keep on seeing here, and I feel like those who understand it will understand it, is um, we work quietly and we work tirelessly, right? We work quietly and we work tirelessly upon things. And I feel like in the space of the emotions, I feel like there's something really energetically heavy because I almost feel like a lot of this energy is working through experiences by which um, like one often doesn't feel that one has the a right to have emotions, right? And the way I want to describe this is because, and I just want to explain this, right? Do you see how every time I read for masculine right now, there's a lot of that, right? And when I read for feminine right now, there's a lot of this, right? I feel like the energy has had the sacrifice that the energy has had to make to be able to be the person that they aspire to be is having not to be in the space by which they get to always express their feelings, right? Because the modality by which, right, this is the energy that feels that they have to work harder than everyone else, because if they express emotions, then another person tries to take those emotions and treat them medically, right? The modality by which the energy persistently feels the sense of always having to navigate things, because the shape of trauma articulates and tries to dictate to another, right? Oh, right? You've got feelings. Oh, you've got feelings. Oh, right? You've got wrong feelings. Oh, if you mean there's something wrong with you, right? The modality of the nature of a specific space where you're not in the space by which you are allowed to have feelings that are wrong, because another person will take the wrongness that you're trying to bring to situations and try to articulate that there must be something wrong with you because you're articulating upon something that you see is energetically wrong. That's wrong, right? The modality by which another person feels that the only way they can exist is if they have to get latent with their feelings, specifically because, and this is what you see, you've got the masculine energy, right? You got the masculine energy emoting, and everything's fine. You got the feminine energy emoting, and everything's fine. You got the non-binary energy that emotes and goes, is something wrong with you? You're emoting. Are you emoting again? Is there something wrong with you? Are you emoting again? And that is why we see that a lot of that energy works through spaces by which it's hard for them to communicate upon their feelings, right? Because simply having a space, they feel like they have had to heal from situations by which they could not be, right? It's like the energy that says you get to pick. Do you want to be authentic or do you want to emote? Do you want to be authentic or do you want to emote? Okay, if you're authentic, you're never allowed to emote again. Right? Okay, you're never, that's it. Okay, fine, but you're never allowed to emote again. Nope, that's gone, right? That's because that's the energy, right? That is the work that they often have to do, and the space by which they have to navigate it, it's infuriating. It's infuriating, and it's not energetically fair, but it's not about fair. It's the identification upon why, right? It's sometimes why it's hard for them to express their care, because that is the nature of the trauma that they're energetically carrying, particularly around experiences or feeling triggered in those experiences. Continuing to get clarification, bottom of the deck, and we're going to be moving into, we're going to be utilizing the, for the unconscious of masculine, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. 3 cards, please. We've got here the 6 of Pentacles. So many Pentacles. So many Pentacles today. That's fine. 6 of Pentacles and it's upright. Okay. There's the 5 of Swords and it's upright. Okay. And so we've got double. Okay, so we've got some similar cards right now for masculine and feminine, and and the 10 of Swords and it's upright. And so, you know, and the thing I want to define here and I'm not surprised, like I like the fact that we're drawing upon this 6 of Pentacles, because there's actually, like, this feels very akin to this full moon energy that we got, because there's like a scale here. But the way that we effectively work through things is built upon and based upon, and I think that this is really important, because I feel like for some of the masculine energy that's healing, it often feels like it feels like becoming aware again of the fact that one has feelings, and it's okay to have feelings. You're supposed to have feelings. And here's the thing about it: there's never supposed to be any situation, right? There's never supposed to be any situation by which you're supposed to move towards masculinity and let go of your emotions. You're supposed to get stronger in carrying them, not let them go, right? That's what Stoicism is. Okay. You're supposed to get stronger in carrying them. You're not supposed to turn them off. If you've turned them off, then you're not getting stronger in carrying them. But this is what I keep on hearing. A lot of the masculine energy that's working to heal, they're working to like get rid of this false context of fake masculinity, right? Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, like, and not based on gender, but what one you feel most aligned to. And I'm going to tell you again, this is how you see the similarities between the harmonic energy updates I do and these readings. Because what did we see? And I was articulating upon before we started today's read. We talked about the difference of sentiment, right? The sentiment that the brain sometimes wraps around an unpleasant memory, that's the lacquer, like the lacquer of sentimentality, versus the knacker of sentimentality. The sentimentality that was always there. It was pervasive in every single energetic experience that one encountered, right? And so this is what we understand. This is the masculine energy getting better in being able to perceive the lacquered masculinity, right? The vulnerability that wears the lacquer of masculinity. Look how strong I am, protecting my vulnerableness because I can't feel anything, because I turned that off long ago. I am very weird. Very weird. Right? The disturbing and distressing lacquered masculinity, which is to save the precious, vulnerable energy that never learned how to navigate their feelings, right? Oh, like the energy that claims to be strong by putting on the show of strength to hide the very soft underpinnings of something that is very vulnerable, versus the true masculinity. Look at that masculinity being vulnerable everywhere. Look at them go. Like a comet in the sky, right? Being vulnerable here, there, and everywhere. Look how incredible it is, right? The vulnerability and the work it takes to be vulnerable everywhere, that allows one to become one's strongest form of self, right? And often the space by which when the false masculinity sees the true masculinity, goes, oh, we need to correct that. Oh, the masculinity is in danger, right? That's what the false masculinity says as they see true masculinity in places that they've never seen it before. Oh no, the masculinity is in danger because the false masculinity is going to be in danger from the true masculinity that's energetically able to hold their feelings, that's ready to have those conversations, that's ready to admit the fact that they like being held, the fact that they have needs, and they're willing to be in a space by which they can express them. And feminine energy, bottom of the deck, 3 cards for feminine energy. And we'll be utilizing we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Nouveau for feminine's unconscious. 2, 3. Yeah, same thing. This is a conversation of feminine with themselves, right? which is like the Eight of Swords in its reversal, with the Eight of Swords in its upright, with the Three of Cups in its reversal. Feminine energy, passive aggressiveness is the most dangerous thing that's ever entered the feminine experience in all the world. Because you have to understand, if you're worried about a boundary issue, and then you're not able to articulate what you need, then you're basically saying, I don't want you to violate my boundaries, but I'm never going to tell you anything, right? Then that is becoming, this is the feminine energy saying, you become the nature, you become the force of your own destruction, right? You hold the responsibility to your own destruction if you articulate that everybody should have boundaries, but then you're not in the space of articulating your own. Because you can't say something and not embody it. Because even when you say not embody it, that's passive aggressive. That's passive aggressive, right? The modality by which you speak it and then you embody it and then you're able to effectively hold on to it. So it's not just the space, right? It's not just the space by which you energetically articulate it. It's the space by which you embody it too. And I keep on seeing, right? Like I keep on seeing a lot of this energy that's able to understand, right? The difference between, right? The difference between someone saying, and you can't have both, right? You can't be like, you have to defend my boundaries, but I get to be passive aggressive to yours, right? That literally creates the force that creates the trauma around the self, right? The modality by which you cannot hold exclusivity as to who's allowed to have boundaries. Because if you hold exclusivity as to who's allowed to have boundaries, then that is entitlement, because you're basically saying that the boundaries only apply to the self. That is an entitled mindset. The way that we effectively, and you can't do it around feminine energy either, right? The modality by which another person tries to articulate and state, oh, right, I'm in the space by which I can do energetically anything because I'm embodying my feminine. But if you do it, right, then that is the hypocrisy, right? And when you observe that passive aggressiveness is the hypocrisy of standards, right? Passive aggressiveness is the hypocrisy of standards. It's the modality by which you say, oh, I respect you, but I don't really respect you, right? Oh, oh yeah, of course, but not really. That is the degree of the toxicity that often makes energy flee away from feminine instead of feeling energetically welcomed by feminine, right? And this is why the work, right? The work is not entirely, right? The work, and if feminine's in the space by which feminine says, oh, the work is all on everybody else, that is not true. That is exclusivity. That's what needs to be corrected for, right? The work is mutual and everybody's working upon it in different ways. And so I feel like that's a healthy feminine energy that articulates that because they do the work. They do the work every day to try to make that experience better, right? And I keep on seeing that it's hard because even as they do so, right? Even as feminine works to do so, having to deal with other feminine energies, passive aggressive tendencies, the unhealed portion of the feminine energy that isn't inclined to do the work in terms of articulating upon the difference between standards and boundaries. This brings us to the non-binary energy. 3 cards for the non-binary, and we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Nouveau. 3 cards, please. All right, we've got here the 3 of Pentacles in its reversal, the 6 of Pentacles. So we've got a lot of alignment here that's occurring with masculine energy, and the Tower card in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing here in relationality to this. And this is what I keep on seeing that's like, and I need to stress this out, right? I like to point out, a lot of the non-binary energy doesn't feel like they get to have the luxury of a crash out. Must be nice. Like, that's what I keep on seeing energy. I don't know what else to say. It's like the energy that just looks around and goes, sees everybody else crashing out. I just see the non-binary energy being like, must be nice to be able to have must be nice to be able to have the luxury of a crash out, right? Because it's literally, I feel like that's what it feels like, right? The modality by which that one has to occupy a space by which one gets to be, it's like the energy says, you can be authentic, but you just can't emote anything negative ever, right? Like, no, it's okay. No, we're accepting of you. We're accepting, we honor, we honor your authenticity, but just be aware, you can never emote anything negative, ever. Because instead of doing what everybody else would do, which is articulating upon the nature of the emotions, we're going to project it back onto you. We're going to over internalize it, right? The modality by which another person, right? And this is the thing about it. There's the unfairness in terms of authenticity, because in the modality by which we're able to energetically emote things, right? Emotions are not disturbing so long as they have healthy direction. But you can understand the frustration of an energy that often feels that they don't get the luxury of being able to negatively emote something. Because the modality by which whenever they negatively emote something, instead of someone taking it seriously, someone goes, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Right? The modality by which that is the shape of the trauma that they've had to work to heal from, and also the shape and nature of what they're energetically dealing with every day. So I see that energy, right? It's like I feel like a lot of that energy is like sophisticated, being like, well, of course one has to be. Like, what has to be? What else can one do? It's not fair, but it's energetically required in a world that is perpetually cruel to the self. And this is how we energetically fix that, particularly because I see a lot of that energy working through relationships by which energy often potentially says to them, you don't reveal much, right? The modality by which the energy itself often works into the context of being energetically tight-lipped about things. But this is because of the trauma that they themselves have experienced. Bottom of the deck on this reading, masculine energy, we've got the Lover's card. So we see this for like a lot of the masculine energy working through, and I feel like a lot of the masculine energy right now working through the context of what it feels to be energetically perceived, right? and I like to point out, when we care about each other, we perceive each other properly, right? It's the modality by which we feel seen, that we are held. And that's a masculine that is working. I feel like that's what's happening with a lot of masculine energy. They're working to perceive the energy around them properly, but also they're recognizing that it's okay to desire to be perceived well too. Because the way by which we perceive each other is how we hold one another. And so I feel like that's a lot of the energy that's working on perceiving better, because the more that we're able to perceive, the better that we ourselves are able to be held. It's mutual. And it often creates a space by which it's okay to articulate upon what one's needs are, right? This is the masculine energy that understands that your ability to identify needs, right, will help you see, right, will help you see the difference between energy that idolizes the self, right, versus the energy that creates the reciprocity, right? We build our relationship, we build our reciprocity point by articulating what our needs are, and then the ability to reciprocate them allow us to be held even further. This is why it's so important to communicate the importance of being able to ask for things. While for feminine energy, bottom of the deck on the Smith-Waite system, Ace of Swords. And the Ace of Swords energy that we're potentially seeing there is like there's double Ace of Swords in the feminine right now. And that's the understanding. I feel like that's a lot of the feminine energy that is working. I feel like it's the energy that is working on behalf of healing feminine, and it's harder, right? it's harder, because I feel like that's a lot of feminine energy that realizes that as they heal feminine energy, the unhealed portion of feminine energy will be passive aggressive to them. Right? Like that's what happens. Like that's what it's painful, right? It's an isolating experience to be healed, because even as you heal, you have to deal with passive aggressiveness, right? And it's painful. It feels isolating, but that's why you get really good at loving your own energy, right? Because when you love your own energy, then you help others understand that they can love theirs as well, right? And it doesn't need to be a competition, right? It's not, when feminine heals, it doesn't feel like a competition energy. It feels like an exhibition, right? It feels like a celebration, right? This is how we bring feminine into the space of feeling like a celebration. And what do you say to a celebration? You can come in. Yeah, please, the more the merrier, right? There's enough to go around. Yeah, we got all this joy. And here's the funny thing with joy. If I bring joy in here and you bring joy, we're gonna have even more joy. The joy becomes abundant. It just shared. It's just something that's shared. We never run out of joy when we're working to expand it. While for the non-binary energy, and this is the Tarot de Nouveau, permanence reversal, right? I feel like a lot of this energy, like I often feel like a lot of energy often gets criticized because they're overly reserved. But I keep on hearing, how can you be critical of someone who's overly reserved in modalities by which they've had to go through experiences by which they felt that they had to lose the luxury of emoting in order to come into their authenticity? Because every time they tried to energetically emote, someone tried to say, "Oh, are you unhappy? Are you saying are you saying you're unhappy in your authenticity? Oh, so you're unhappy in your authenticity. Oh, okay. So you're deeply troubled. You're deeply troubled in your authenticity. Oh, no, and somebody's saying, I'm not deeply troubled in my authenticity. This isn't okay. Oh, so you're deeply troubled in your authenticity. Like that creepy, weird, awful energy of someone who is trying to project upon the fact that they feel weirded out by you, by trying to make you the source of the weirdness instead of doing what they would do in any other space by which another person articulates their discomfort, which says, how can I make you more comfortable? How can I make you more comfortable? Right? The modality by which, when we care about each other, we prioritize the comfort that we're trying to find for one another. We don't make another person feel weird for having feelings. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and being a part of it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the court cards and the cup suit. Our next class will be held on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards and the wand suit. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship, one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader. as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing in the cards. I've just released one recently on this full moon that we're navigating at present. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or non-weekly, bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a budget. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter today, so you will have an additional card in your reading, and thank you so much, Per. You will also, you'll have a full reading. Per, you'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person red 4. I've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. We read for here highest priority messages in spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Makashik, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura readings. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to read for you. I'm happy to add you back as well. Vulnerability for the win. Tap to claim, Julia. I think it'll take a while to stare back at all of them, but I'll try. Yep, outside tea, sharing with it. Absolutely. And not so plain, thank you for the follow. Yes, my guides keep saying put your foot down. Grand Rising Minnie, appreciation to you as well, Unique. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Julia. Even when I was younger, there were some things that I was never that way. Absolutely. Sending you so much support on that journey, Julia, and thank you for having that reading with me. Absolutely. Ugh, yeah, I know it's hard. We have to get these before we get an expansion pack. Well done, Nicole. Well done. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Yeah, Cosmic. I believe you sent a baby dragon, right? You're on the list. I'll read the list for those who are waiting. So the list I have right now, if I don't name you and you're on the list, please just let me know. Give me the initial where you sent the donation. I don't want the full name of the place. The apps are very jealous. They don't want to hear the name of the other apps. I just need the initial where you sent the donation. We've got here Stella, Cosmic, Melissa, and gosh, my handwriting's amazing. They start with an A. I think I wrote, good Lord, did I write Amanda? I'm not sure. I can't read it. Okay. Absolutely. I want to hug. I got you, dear. And thank you, dear. How to shift that unhealthy ego. Yeah, it's working into the context of energetic repair. And thank you so much, user 485, for the follow. Queen, thank you for the follow. Nisha, happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. What do you mean by greed or theft? I need a little bit more context about what you're speaking about in relationality to that hay. Oh, you're loving the intense hand gestures this morning. Thank you. I've got you on the list, dear. We've got 3 more spots available today before the list will be closed. And Shimar, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Menozin, for the follow as well. Thank you as well, Avatar. Yeah, Shadow. Yeah, but there's no shadow in yin yang. Like there's not, it's all incorporated. You know? Yeah. Thank you as well, He. Yeah, it's like the fear itself becomes an entity to be integrated. Yeah, that's the thing about it, right? Which is like, and I need to stress this, right? It's the work that we understand. It's like, this is why we have to understand the nature of our fear, because a healthy fear is a fear with a solution attached to it, right? It's not trying to create more fear. Gajon, thank you so much for getting on the list. Good to see you. It's been a minute. And if anybody else wants to get on the list, we've got 2 more spots available today before the list is closed. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. I don't necessarily think destructiveness ends with creativity. And I actually feel like that is a false construct that we need to work to eradicate upon, which is like, I want to point somebody saying like, oh, well, I hurt you for your art. Being like, no, you didn't. You hurt somebody. Like, destruction does not always inspire creativity. Sometimes destruction creates more destruction, right? I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of that, right? The modality by which another person tries to say, oh, I'm sorry, I hurt you. I was trying to make you artistic. That is disgusting. Like, that's disgusting, you know? Yeah. Yeah, that's why I never bought into the lean in. No, I agree. No, that's it, right? Because it does. Like, that lean in, like, you lean in so much and eventually you're going to break, you know? Absolutely. Oh, the last few cards. So, Queen, what I'm going to do, dear, is there'll be a picture of today's spread that will be up when I post. Like, the podcast is up now, but later today I will include a picture of today's spread so you can get clarity on it. I'm not sure, there's so many last cards, I'm not sure which card you're speaking about. Thank you for the help, Laurel. I deeply appreciate you. Lego my ego, exactly. I struggle with Pluto first house, Scorpio. Past transit was rough. Yeah, but like, I know, but like, you know, and you know what I'm going to say about that, Queen. The problem with, like, you know, about the problem with first house Scorpio is being like, I can change. But what if you didn't? You know? Like, what if you didn't? Yeah, 12th house Libra moon, my heart chakra is leading the rebirth and his brutal transformation. Yeah, right, but that's the thing about it. Like, I like me just the way I am kind of energy. You know, Vanessa, thank you for the follow. Hi there. Yep, hi there, Estrella. Yeah, thank you as well, Avatar. Thank you for watching my live for 100 minutes, Miss Lulu. Thank you as well, Betty. I know it's rough out here, right? And recognizing it can be rough in different ways does not mean that it has to be we're not exceptional in our roughness. Hi there, Santia. And Eye Candy, thank you for the follow. Yeah, exactly, Laurel. Too much transmutation and alchemizing trauma, all in everyone's feelings. No, I know, I get it. But here's the thing about it, like, you know, if others, like, we don't need to transmute everything. Others need to take responsibility for their feelings too. You know, some things are not okay. Absolutely. I know it's frustrating. Yeah, you know what? Actually, that's not true, Laurel. You were close. There's a feminine had a tower, had a chariot in its reversal. So we've got the major arcana. It was a really good point. Thank you I really appreciate you bringing it up. So the cards that were major arcana today, we had an emperor in feminine. We had a chariot in its reversal. The only major arcana that we see right now In the non-binary space, you're correct, is the Tower. But this is why, right? Like must be nice to have a crash out. I wish I could have one of those. I wish I could have one of those. Must be nice. Must be nice to be able to have a little crash out now and then. Yeah. How you doing today, Reds? To get one, all you need to do is send the donation, which is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers, or the gift of the baby dragon will get you on the list. Thank you for the help, Avatar. I appreciate you. Yeah, Laurel, are you okay? You're being secretive, just in the middle of a trauma environment. Exactly. It's very isolating, competitive energy. I know it's disheartening. And Souza, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Mia. And thank you so much for those gifts, Mia, and thank you, Stella, for those gifts as well. Tap. Thank you so much, Avatar. Hold on a minute. I was working. Thank you. You are. Blessings to you as well, Logan. Yep, happy to read the list. And thank you, Lone Star, for the follow. So the list I have right now for anybody who is looking for a spot on the list, just bear with me. Yeah, thank you for clarifying about the major arcana. No, you're welcome. You were right. No, you were totally right in the non-binary space. I'll point this out. There were no major arcana in the masculine energy, which is interesting. All right, we're going to continue right now. So we're going to read, we've got 2 spots available. I'm going to read the list right now. And the list we have is, hold on a minute. Yeah. Yep. All right, so the list we have is Stella, Cosmic, Melissa, I believe I wrote Amanda there, Avatar, Per, and Gajan. If I have not named you and you are on the list, please send me the initial where you sent the donation. If I'm saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. And if you would like to get on the list, if you're on the hold list and you have a reading that you would like to get on the list with, I just need to know the date that the reading was put on hold. I'll be happy to add you back to it. We're also at 12.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Okay. First person we're reading for today. First person we're reading for today is going to be Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. Okay, thank you. And just a reminder, friends, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Just bear with me. I'm just pulling up the information. All right. Got it. Where are we? Oh, where we go? Just bear with me a minute, dear. And to give you guys a topic while I read over this message, something to discuss. Let's see here. What was the last idea you heard that produced a change within you? Yep, we can definitely do that. Okay. So we are doing an angelic, is it okay if I share the information? We're doing an angelic read based upon current path work. And before we continue right now, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. We're going to keep that out. All right. And I'm going to pin up Stella here. Make sure to give Stella some love. One more. You know, it's the most interesting thing, because I know this is going to sound a little bit wild, but you've got an angelic energy around you that says that it's important for you to move forward in this direction because it's helping you recognize the illusions that were surrounding you. Specifically and particularly about your own sense of self and your own capabilities. I've got a lot of energy around you that was, you've got an angelic that says a lot of energy that was over invested in the direction that you were moving towards. And the thing about it is when energy and the way that the guides see, like I have to point out, let this just, like, we don't do anything for anyone's benefit unless they want it done. And when I say that there's a consequence for that, the reason I identify this is because I've energetically seen it, right? I see it a lot when I'm reading, right? There is a consequence in terms, there is a profound consequence in terms of doing something in relationality to trying to move someone in a path of direction that they don't energetically aspire to go. Because you have to understand, when you think about the fact that everyone has a purpose, right? You have to understand this. When you understand the fact that everyone has a purpose, and then you've got energy that becomes over invested in pushing energy onto a certain path, when I articulate the fact that there's a danger zone there, the danger zone isn't the person that they're pushing. It's the identification point of moving against, right? The consequence that occurs when you move somebody off of their purpose. There's a real consequence for it. I don't know how else to articulate it, right? And so I already see a bunch of energy, and I don't know why I've got an angelic that articulates the fact that they already tried to warn, right? I feel like there was something about that by which that energy was, I don't know why I keep on having angelic articulating upon the fact that they were warned, is what I keep on seeing. But the space by which we energetically articulate upon the state of it, I feel like there's something about you going on this path work that's going to reveal to you just how much the energy around you was invested in making you think low about yourself, right? I keep on hearing, like, behold the detrimental power of lowering another person's expectations, right? Because when you move into the space by which you lower another person's expectations, then they become complacent, right? When another person's expectations become lowered to the degree by which they are complicit in their own energetic experience, I feel like there was a lot of energy that was trying to make you feel like you weren't good at things, so that when they moved you towards someone or something, you would just be like, oh, wow, thank you, right? Oh, thank you. Oh, me. Like, I see them being like, oh, me, who can't do anything. I'm just so energetically grateful because, like you said to me, I'm not good at this. I'm not good at that. I'm not good at anything. This is the only thing I'm good for, right? A lot of that type of energy. So I feel like it's going to be hard as you're moving through this path work because I keep on seeing be prepared, like be prepared for a lot of emotionality and a lot of feelings to come up. Be prepared for a lot of those modalities or those experiences by which I keep on seeing. They're almost saying be prepared, like you've got a very strong angelic around you that's articulating that says be prepared for the fury, right? And the reason I keep on seeing like you said, like they're saying be prepared for the fury because the modality by which another person says, wow, you're really good at this. You've got a really, I keep wondering somebody say you've got a really good head for numbers. No, like the minute that you start experiencing someone giving you that profound encouragement, right? The moment or the experience by which you see, right? The moment by which you see the accomplishment of your efforts, it's going to change your perspective of the past. I feel like it already is happening, right? It's changing the perspective of the past in a profound way, specifically and particularly because you can see the difference between what another person is telling you is real about you versus what another person wanted you to believe about yourself so they could effectively move you in the direction that they were inclined to set you upon, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck on this reading. I don't know how to articulate this in a way. Like, I don't want to create distress, but there's a consequence for that. There is a profound consequence. We don't see it. We don't see it in like when we're here. But you have to understand that if everyone has an energetic purpose, right? If everybody arrives with a purpose, and then energy is there trying to control others' purposes, what do you think happens? What do you think happens? Nothing good. Nothing good. There's nothing more energetically dangerous than being in the modality of trying to energetically control another person's purpose. Because that's the modality by which, right, like you are effectively moving out of alignment because you're not allowing another person to be able to find it, which is the modality by which you are literally making the guides work harder, right? Like it's literally from the guide's perspective, or from like they feel like it's like somebody who tries to effectively erase the work that they're trying to do in terms of energy finding, right, their own energetic path work. So I feel like, the thing about this is like a lot of this energy, I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like you're going to continue to hear this. Like I feel like you're going to feel energetically disconnected from them because they're going to continue to try to, I feel like you're going to move towards them and they're going to keep on stating to you, right, the false constructs by which they were trying to effectively move you towards. And even in the context by which you do it, right, like I feel like it's going to be hard for you to be able to communicate with them because I feel like it's something about navigating the energetic separation in terms of how they perceive what they were doing versus who you knew yourself to be. So I just keep on getting, like I keep on hearing, take it as it comes, right? You're allowed to have feelings about it, right? I keep on hearing, it's actually interesting. You're allowed to have unhealed feelings about it, right? Because it's almost the space by which another person, right? I keep on seeing, just as you were healing, they tried to pull you back into an unhealed state, right? Like perpetually in that, like I keep on getting perpetually in that energetic direction by which another person tries to articulate the fact. I keep on hearing there was nothing about it that was energetic protection. It wasn't the space by which they were being protective of you. Because I keep on hearing if they were being energetically protective of you, they would have done everything they could for you to do the things that you aspired to do in a way that you felt confident in order to do them, right? Protective is the space by which we give each other confidence, not the space by which we try to instill fear. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots available today. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being Samailio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And it's interesting too. It's interesting because I feel like there's a specific guide that's working with you as it relates to career. And I'm not surprised to see them there because they're a guide that I often see. There's an angelic guide that I often see there that's related to the sky. So again, I'm happy to share that if you reach out. Hold on. I gotta do something here. I gotta check something. Where is it? Curious. Okay. One second, dear. That's very curious. Okay, hold on. All right, let's continue right now. How you doing? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. This is entirely, thank you, Amanda. This is entirely the result of my handwriting. Fixed. Okay, perfect. Hi, dear. And thank you, Tiff, for those roses. I had a friend like that. That's a friend oh, well, good for you, Chevy. I get it. Yeah, thank you for clarifying. You're welcome, dear. Thank you. No, thank you for pointing it out. Kidding? Excellent. Thank you guys for supporting each other in these reads. I mean, it feels to me like someone who had some like very specific plans in relationality to your life path. Right? Like it feels to me like, and I wouldn't be surprised if modalities by which you articulate, the way you'll usually see that is like when you try to articulate the fact that you want to do something, they'll say like, oh, enough of that. Right? Like get that silly thought out of your head. Yeah. The consequences, there's like, it was an angelic articulating upon the spiritual the consequences of trying to move someone off their purpose. It was what I was getting a lecture. It was a lecture on the spiritual context of trying to move someone off their purpose. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I need to point out, and this is just like, I'll just need to point out, like they were like, and again, this is happening as a result of that, right? I can't find your book right now, right? It's like that, right? It's like the energy that makes you feel like you have to question yourself to effectively lower your expectations, right? So the modality by which another person like tries to effectively like the space by which another person tries to like get you off of your own like space of attention to make you feel, right? To make you feel like there's something energetically wrong with you is what I keep on seeing. Like there's a lot of that I'm picking up there. Hi there, Ivana. Good to see you today. Excellent. Yeah. I mean, like, look, the thing about it is like, it's not, you know, like the fact that they articulated upon that, I'm seeing like the consequences aren't related to you. They were articulating upon the consequences that happen when spirit sees things like that, you know? But let's continue right now. The next person on the list right now is Cosmic. Cosmic, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. I've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. Before we continue right now, I am going to do an intuition check. We've got the animal oracle cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Wren. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Cosmic here. Guys, make sure to give Cosmic some love. You know, I see some kind of like, how do I describe this, man? I feel like I see some kind of situation by which you're like profoundly disappointed in someone. You know? And the thing about it is, and I want to point this out, there's something, there's something really important that I keep. It's funny too, because like as soon as I started reading for you, I like started feeling like a lot of head energy. And I got to point this out. It's a weak mind allows another person to shape their feelings. And the one thing I want to say, and I feel like this often happens in the space, and this is why when we're young, right? Like when we're energetically young, and especially it's also even harder when you see young energy that's impressionable and another person is trying to pour their feelings into them. Because here's the thing about that, that always, like I keep on hearing, just wait, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on hearing like the modality by which another person, like there's a time where, especially when someone's like young, they turn and they see it. And once they see it, um, the the quantity of emotions that arise, right? The quantity of emotions that arise in terms of another person trying to, like when another person recognizes the ability of another person to try to modify their feelings by saying like, don't you feel like that? And you can usually tell people like that, you probably feel like this right now. You know what I mean? Like the energy that does that, someone who tries to feed their emotions to another person by going like, I'm going to talk to you about something. You're probably really upset about it, right? You're probably really upset about it, right? Like you're probably really this, right? Like that type of energy, right? The toxicity of another person who tries to lead another person's emotions in terms of articulating how they feel before they tell them something, right? Like you can always tell energy that's trying to knock something over because they take a big, I keep hearing, this is how you can tell, like I keep on hearing the ugly energy that tries to put their feelings into something by taking a big deep breath, right? And what's that big deep breath, right? I gotta prepare you for something. I know you're gonna be really upset about it. It's gonna be really emotional, but we're gonna get through it together, right? And so now you've created the anticipation state of another person feeling all emotional already. And they're like, okay, I'm ready. And then they say something and you've basically set them up, right? Watch how that person has set them up to feel all of the things that they wanted to feel them to feel, because now they feel like they'll let them down if they don't, right? Prepare for someone to feel all of the feelings that they're supposed to feel in the wake of another person's big breath, because they're worried that they'll energetically disappoint them if they don't. And I need to point this out, when energy recognizes that, the moment that energy recognizes that that's occurring, they never speak to that person again. I don't know where this is coming through. Remember, they're never going to speak to that person again. Incommunicado. This is why some energy, why some energy, when they cut someone off, they cut them off forever, because once another person recognizes one's tendency to try to emotionally calibrate for someone for something that they themselves want them to feel, that's the last that person will ever see of them again. Because that is literally the sound of another person trying to utilize someone as instrument. And when we're trying to when we utilize people as instrument, we don't allow them to feel the feelings we feel. We try to prepare them. We try to say, be ready to feel the feelings I want you to feel. Right? So I feel like there's something important about that. And I want to stress it. I feel like it's somebody trying to give another person a false impression of you. Don't counteract it. I know it's hard. I know it's hard. I know there might even be a moment where like you see someone actively doing that. But I need to point out, right? As we mature, we feel safe in the harbor of energy that allows us to have our feelings. As we mature, I want you to write this down. As we mature, we move to safe harbors. And what do we mean by as we mature, we move to safe harbors, which means we gravitate to the energy that articulates that our feelings are ours. And we don't have to feel the same way, but we can still be respectful of them. So all you need to do right now, and I want you to write that down, think about being a safe harbor, right? Think about how you can be the safest harbor possible, which is not, and I need to point out, there's no battling, right? There's no, you don't battle, right? You don't battle in a safe harbor, right? You don't come into the space of battling in a safe harbor. A safe harbor is patient. A safe harbor states, this is a safe space. And the modality by which you work towards that, right? And you allow another person to develop their feelings, right? You are never moving more in the space of building into time than holding compassion. And I can see it even now, right? You hold compassion, right? And you hold that safe harbor. And one day, I keep wondering, one day you're going to get that knock on the door. One day you're going to get that knock on the door and somebody saying, I need to talk to you. And you're going to say, you know, what kind of tea do you like? Is what I keep on hearing. What kind of tea do you like? You know, no questions asked is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with this five of wands and its reversal. I feel like it's hard because I see something, right? It almost feels like someone, and I keep wondering, pay attention to someone who's trying to trigger you to feed into something that they said about you, is what I keep on hearing. Pay attention to someone who tries to trigger you to validate something that they've said about you. And I know, I need to point this out. I know, I can see it here. I know it requires you to have to turn the other cheek about some stuff right now. I just keep on hearing, you won't have to, like, I keep on, like, you can turn the other cheek, but it doesn't mean you have to sit there to be slapped, right? And also, remember, that ability, right? The ability of effectively working through something in a way by which you identify and articulate, right? It's not about you. And I feel like it's somebody who's trying to make it about you. And often the space by which someone's trying to make it about you is the space by which they'll try to perpetually trigger you so that you will react, and then they'll go, oh, you're making it about you again, right? Recognize that tendency. Don't give them what they're trying to bring out in you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal reads right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Manny. So Kimber, we do 1 card readings for super fans at point. So those could be effectively yes or no. The tarot usually goes into a little bit more detail when I'm reading it in terms of that. I hope that helps. Thank you for confirming you know what I was talking in relationality to, Cosmic. How you doing today, Bridget? Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that, dear. Sending you support as well, Laurel. Thank you for confirming. You're so welcome. Sending you so much support. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, I've got here Melissa. Melissa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Grand Rising, Opal. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Johanna, these are donation-based readings, so you're happy to get on the list. Thank you for joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. If you go over to my profile, there's a link tree there, and if you send a donation of $29 or more, I'm happy to draw cards for you. Thank you. It's and again, if you become a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, you can have it it will be 4 cards for 23 or more. We read for here for those asking across the other apps, highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura readings. I also want to let you guys know that if there's information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purpose of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. And also when we get to 50K likes over on the Clock app, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are already at 14.8. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. All right. Let's get to it. The next person we are reading for is Melissa here. I got you. Outside tea. Dream interpretation. Excellent. Okay. All right. So you guys know when we do dream interpretations, we always we got a few things you have to do first. First, we're gonna do an intuition check. So I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're gonna count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Oh, I know. Absolutely. And I'm going to pin up Melissa here. Guys, make sure to give Melissa some love. All right. All right, what do we see? Okay, and this is outside tea. Oh, and before we begin, I almost forgot. Oh my goodness, forgive me. All right, we got the dream coconut. Excellent. All right, the dream. I was visiting the Bay Area and was about to rent a hotel when I remembered I had an apartment. I said to myself, how the heck did I forget I had a whole apartment here? And I was unsure if I was up to date on my payment. I looked on the website and realized I was behind a little, over $1,800, which was the previous month's rent and the current month rent was due. I went ahead and paid the past due amount and worried about the current month's rent. I had an option to apply my down payment towards rent. Now, I had to figure out how to sleep there because the apartment wasn't furnished yet, so we decided to do air mattresses for now. But I was happy. At least I had an apartment there because now I can send my mail there. I also remember seeing my bestie while I was in town and remember having to move her TV around. It fell over, but it wasn't a burden. Mm-hmm. So I feel like there's something really important. Um, I feel like I'm seeing something really important, specifically in relationality to, how do I describe this? I feel like you're going through a transitional space, and I wouldn't be surprised if the transitional space that you're working through right now has to do in the realm of navigating friendship. And what I'm basically seeing here is, um, you identified the fact that you were about to rent a hotel when you remembered that you had an apartment, right? And you said to yourself, how did you forget that you had a whole apartment there? And you said you were unsure if you were up to date on the payment, right? So it's the observation, right? When we're working into the context of friendship, right? And I like to describe this because often when we're working through what we identify in dreams, where we reside talks about the nature of the work that we're doing. So the modality by which you identified that you said that you're about to rent a hotel and you had an apartment is the identification point of feeling like you have an energetic investment somewhere, right? The modality by which you remember, right? The modality by which you remember that you potentially know someone somewhere, right? And then you said to yourself, how did you forget you had a whole apartment there and you weren't sure if you were up to date on the payment? So this is often talking about the space by which when we have deep friendships, we sometimes forget to energetically check on them, right? And this is and the important thing that we identify there is what we would identify as and I like to describe it as the friendship deficit. But here's the thing about it, and I think that you potentially realize this in the space of the dream. When you have a deep friendship, there's never a friendship deficit. Okay? There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a friendship deficit in a deep relationship, which is the modality by which we articulate and amplify the space by which we care, or the space by which we've known someone for a very long time, right? It often articulates and identifies like how we effectively apply our energetic care. And that's why you said you looked on a site and you realized that you were behind the previous month and the current month was due. And you went ahead and you paid it forward and you worried about the current month's rent. You said you had an option to apply a down payment towards rent. Now you had to figure out how to sleep there because the apartment wasn't fully furnished yet. Now what's interesting about this, and this is what you're effectively seeing, when we're building into healthy, and I feel like this is often, I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're building into an energetic relationship by which you notice that the quality or the nature of a friendship is changing, because the space by which we energetically care is the modality by which it's always there, but often in the space by which we feel that a hotel is changing into an apartment, which is what we effectively see as happening in the dream space. It's the modality of understanding that a relationship is changing, right? And this is often what happens, right? This is often like the space by which we recognize, and this is what's beautiful about it, right? Because this basically, the dream is the ability by which we recognize and talk about the way that a relationship deepens. And so what do we see that is potentially occurring there? We see first that you're about to rent a hotel, right? And then you remembered you had an apartment. So the modality by which you potentially start to build a relationship with someone, and then you realize that there's a lot of connection points, right? There's a lot of invested effort in relationality to having more to explore. So that would effectively be the hotel that changes into an apartment. And then you said that you forgot about how that you had the whole apartment. And the reason you forgot is because you didn't have it before, right? It's the modality by which you're energetically deepening that's creating the space by which there's room to energetically explore. And this is why you said that you realized that you were behind with $1,800, because that is effectively the articulation point of the previous month and the last month. But you have to remember that in the dream space, we can't remember dreams. We have no ability to remember. I mean, we can't remember numbers in the dream space. So the fact that you carried those numbers with you out of the dream space are important, because 1 and 8 equal 9, right? And you effectively, this is articulating that potentially something about your circumstances have changed, which is leaving you more ability to explore relationship. Now, this is the truth about it, right? When we are in the space by which we are just trying to survive, you'll often notice that when we're just trying to survive, it's really hard to have friends in that state, right? Because it's like you're working so hard, and you're putting so much effort and energy in. It's easy to forget you have an apartment, because it's a space by which you said you were concentrating on your finances, right? So the observation of feeling put out because you're concentrating on your finances, this is often talking about the experience by which energy understands that, right? The modality by which, and this is what's beautiful about it, you said you went ahead and you paid with the option to pay rent, and then you said you had to figure out how to sleep there because the apartment wasn't furnished yet. And I need to stress this. This is the important part about this dream. You went from saying I to we, right? You literally said, now I had to figure out how to sleep there because the apartment wasn't furnished yet. We decided to do air mattresses for now, right? Which is the modality by which we understand that when we're building into relationship, right, we don't quantify what we're energetically receiving there. It's the space by which we just appreciate the fact that it is there, right? So the modality by which, I wouldn't be surprised if there's the nature of a relationship that's changing, specifically upon the fact that maybe you're moving out, right? Potentially you're in the space where you're moving out of having to be in the space by which you're constantly, right? You're constantly having to concentrate so much on finance that allows you the ability to effectively build something even more. And you said you are happy to at least have an apartment there because there you can send your mail there, right? So it's the ability by which you understand the nature of a relationship. Like the dream itself is basically a manifestation goal as it relates to the type of friendships that you're hoping to build right now. And so what do we see in the dream space? The ideal relationship for you is one that somebody understands that you have to put a lot of time and energy into being able to financially survive, so they won't take it personally if you don't have the bandwidth to hang out all the time. However, you'd be very, very happy just to have someone to be able to communicate back and forth with, right? And that's why you said, and that's what's beautiful about that. And then you said, I also remember seeing my bestie while I was in town, and I remember having to move her TV around. It fell over, but it wasn't broken. Because that is the articulation of potentially recognizing that you know that those type of relationships are possible, specifically because that might identify where you feel that that relationship is in. Because what did you say as soon as you got there, right? They were like, "Oh, good, thank you. I need you to help me with something." Right? They weren't in the space by which they were like looking for leisure. They themselves were also, right? They also were putting a lot of extra energetic effort into things. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, here's the thing about it. I wouldn't be surprised if, I want to point this out. We sometimes hit an entitlement quotient as it relates to unhealthy friendships, right? And what what do I often identify as the entitlement quotient in unhealthy friendships? It's the modality by which another person misinterprets the choices we make to be choices not from a point of need, right? And so an entitled relationship mindset is if we see you in the dream space and you're working so, if you're working so exhaustively for someone being like, oh, that person's choosing not to hang out with me. You're never around. You're always busy, right? The energy that often creates the separation point because they don't see us clearly, that's energetic protection, right? Because it's the identification point that when we see each other with clarity, then we understand, right? We understand the amount of energetic pressure that we're under. So it's the space by which we effectively navigate it with consideration. But then there's also mutual consideration in terms of what we're able to effectively anticipate for. So I see that for a lot of that energy, right, working through those energetic conditions, but not only working through those energetic conditions, but being able to effectively identify and articulate upon one's own sense of what is possible. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy around you right now, I feel like I see you deepening connections with energy that gets it and potentially separating further from energy that's still in some kind of leisurely mentality. Like you're not going to be in the space by which you can build a friendship with someone that's looking for things and places to fill their time with, right? Because you need time and they're looking to get rid of it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 more spots available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 16.6K likes over on the place where we keep on the clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Oh, I know. I heard them too, Laurel. I know it's really hard, Cosmic, but let that reading reaffirm to you not to, you know? I hope to be really, oh, I don't consider myself brilliant, but I appreciate that, Cosmic. Thank you. Bryce, thank you for the follow. Hi there, dear. I've noticed that it's changing. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be curious as to if you're going through a Saturn return. And Lady, thank you for the follow. Yay to friends who understand us. Exactly. Repeat. Thank you as well, Queen. Oh, stop it. No. Let's continue. All right, next person on the list right now. Next person on the list right now is, where are we? The next person on the list right now is Amanda. Amanda, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, we have 2 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. One moment, please. All right, one moment, please. I got you, dear. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the rabbit. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. I've got you. All right, I'm going to pin up Amanda here. Make sure to give Amanda some love. Got you. All right, can I get 4 cards, please? 3 cards? So I feel like I see somebody who needs to figure out where they want to be. There's some kind of energy here. And it feels like, I don't know, I keep on hearing like, I don't know if this is somebody who's bilocational or someone who travels a lot. But it's giving me a lot of like, it's giving me some type of energy of someone who likes to be able to like they're all over the place. You know, like they're here, they're there, they're everywhere. And the hard part about this, and I kind of want to, like, the one thing I'm identifying is there's something really important about going places with someone specifically, because I mean I need to point this out. Like, I keep on hearing relationships, like relationships aren't an indoor activity, is what I keep on getting. And when I say relationships are not an indoor activity, which is the modality by which another person only only comes towards the self when they're looking for some kind of downtime, right? Like, it's not like we don't look at relationship as a vacation from our life. And often the space by which we see somebody who sees relationship as vacation is exactly the space by which we recognize that the energy themselves don't truly desire partnership so much as they're looking for a respite from the life that they've created for themselves. And so I think that that's really energetically important, because I see a situation by which another person adores you, right? Like, the question isn't about how they feel about you. The question is about whether they're ready to change their life for you, is what I keep on seeing. Because relationships are life-changing stuff. Like when we desire, and this is the conversation you need to have with someone in terms of having an enmeshed relationship, right? An enmeshed relationship is a relationship that you build into you build into the space of living together, or being in the space of doing things together. And so I keep on hearing it has nothing to do with their feelings. It has to do with an enmeshment issue. Because if this is an energy that, like, I keep on, the way you'll usually tell is if this person is always telling you about, right? If they're in the space by which they're always telling you about their plans instead of inviting you to them, then that would be indicative of the fact that you're navigating an enmeshment issue, because it's the space by which the energy is trying to articulate that they want you in their life, but in a compartmentalized way. But I don't think that that's personal. I think that's the way that they see. I think that that's what they see as an ideal relationship. So be very conscientious when you talk to this person. It's not enough to have a conversation with someone in terms of saying, what are you looking for? Because someone like this will be like, I'm looking for a relationship. That's not enough of an answer. The quality of a relationship is important. You have to say to them, do you want an enmeshed partnership? And if they say, what's that? Right? If they say, what's that? Then you have to say, an enmeshed partnership is one that you plan to live together with the person that you are with. And I feel like you need to articulate, say, I am seeking an enmeshed partnership, which is not just the fact of having. I keep wondering, none of this, as I see somebody grabbing all their stuff, being like, I'm going now and taking everything with them. Not the space by which you're constantly traveling back and forth. And another person says, this is great, right? I've got all the beauty of being I've got all the beauty of being separate with all the perks of a relationship, but the space by which you say this is not the ideal. This is not where something resides. This is a stop towards an enmeshed partnership, because that is what I think that you need to get more clarity on. And if it's an enmeshed partnership, then there are dates that you can expect by which you will enmesh deeper. Bottom of the deck on this reading, right? And again, you have to be, and I want to point out, if this is energy that gets angry, right? If this is the energy that says you're making problems where problems don't exist, or they refuse to talk about it, then that's your sign that this isn't the relationship for you, right? Like it requires a healthy conversation. A healthy relationship is a mutual conversation on where something's going. And if the energy, I keep wondering, if the energy says you're rushing me, then you can say, when's a good time for us to bring this conversation back, right? Not the space by which we say I'm not ready, but the space by which we articulate and say, what are the conditions that need to be met by which you would be ready? Because they always like to point out energy. Sometimes Liz is like, I'm not ready. But if someone's in a perpetual state of not readiness, it's the space by which they say they're not ready because they actually don't want it, right? So just be conscientious of that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. It feels like they're trying to figure out what we are. But here's the thing about it. They shouldn't have to try to figure it out. You guys should be figuring it out together. Yeah. I did. I get the bear last night. Oh my gosh, really? Absolutely. Got you on the I got you on the list, Nicole. Hi there, Azure. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, thank you for letting me know, Nicole. That's exactly what they said. You're so welcome, Amanda. I hope that helps. All right, the next person on the list right now is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got one more spot available before the list will be closed. Hi, Per. How you doing today? We're also at 18.4K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Dream on the disco. Got it. Just a reminder to those joining us, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And for those who are interested, we do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, aura, and love. All right. I got you, Per. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with intuition check. Yeah. All right, fine. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the otter. We'll do it again after the next reading. And we're doing a dream, which means we're going to bust out the dream coconut. It was a good one. All right, let's get to it. Dream. I'm in a 2-story house with a small restaurant or a very big kitchen with tables on the first floor. I'm on the second floor, and there's a man downstairs I keep an eye on occasionally. I also somehow know they're cooking dinner for me. I've seen the man behind and sideways, but I couldn't catch their face. I'm upstairs on the second floor with an older woman, 65 to 70, getting ready for dinner, and the masculine is preparing. The second floor is mostly made of wood. I'm dealing with some weird intimacy type issues in the dream. Like I'm trying to find a restroom and I can't. I end up having to go somewhere awkward in front of the bar because there's a drain to get rid of things. The older lady asked me why. She saw me, and I told her that it's easier to get rid of things without making a mess. At some point, I'm finally ready to go downstairs for dinner, but instead of a normal staircase, there's a wooden ladder I have to take to the first floor. I'm hesitant. The dream ends with not the man, but his dog climbing up the ladder toward me. Now I understand what the dream is all about. Oh, though I am curious who the woman is, and I'm wondering why the dog climbed the ladder instead of the masculine. I thought we were already past the formalities. 4 cards, please. I'm curious as to what you say when you say, I understand what the dream is about. But I'll tell you what I think the dream is about. Because the dream is effectively recognizing and working you through shadow work. And shadow work has to do, and I need to point this out, the thing with an intimacy wound is that nobody gets to tell us, right? Nobody gets to direct us in terms of what we're energetically comfortable about. And the way that we often experience an intimacy wound is the space by which another person tries to force us to be comfortable with something that we've made clear that we are not comfortable with, right? And we effectively see this, right? We see the shadow work that is happening in the dream space, specifically in the space by which you identified, right? So here's the thing, you're clearly a guest, okay? You're clearly a guest in this house. So you're in a 2-story house with a small restaurant or a big kitchen with tables on the first floor, right? So it indicates the fact, and I need to stress this, you're in a space by which they're supposed to be accommodating for the public, okay? If the downstairs is a restaurant or a big kitchen with tables, it's supposed to have accommodations for the public, okay? But you articulated that you're on the 2nd floor and there's a man downstairs that you're keeping an eye on occasionally, right? You said somehow they're cooking dinner for you, and you've seen the man from behind and sideways but couldn't catch his face. Now, the fact that you articulated that you said you're keeping an eye on them was the identification point of feeling energetically wary about them, right? So you're navigating the space by which we can assume from what you've indicated in the dream that the person who has invited you is the feminine energy, right? Because you didn't seem in the dream space to have an awareness as to who the masculine energy was. You were aware of them and you were wary of them because you didn't know them, nor did you know their intentions, which is logical and reasonable and energetically sound in the position by which you come to get to know someone. Now, you articulated further that in this space, this older woman was getting ready and the masculine was preparing, but you said the 2nd floor was made of wood, and you said you were dealing with intimacy issues, but we identify in the dream space where the intimacy wounds are coming from. They're not coming from the masculine energy. They're coming from the feminine energy, right? And why do we see that the toxicity in the dream is coming from the feminine energy? Because if the feminine energy invited you, right? They invited you to eat at their home, right? You're under the impression that this person knows the place intimately because you identified the fact that you were upstairs getting ready with them. So the modality by which you've built trust enough that you can be vulnerable with them. And then you said, right, that you said, and this is the thing about it, you said you're dealing with intimacy issues, but you're not. You're overly internalizing another person, putting you in an uncomfortable position. That's not an intimacy wound. You're identifying it as an intimacy wound. It's not an intimacy wound in the space by which you feel like you're in distress because there's something that you need that should be there. And only at that moment, right? Only at that moment, they say, oh, we don't have one of those. You're going to have to go downstairs. And again, even in the space by which you should recognize the fact that you identified the space was a public space, right? A place by which everyone should have access to privacy. You recognize the fact that the problem with the house that you're in is that there's a boundary issue. There's no energetic privacy there. And the modality by which you are working through, right? This is you actually doing potentially some inner child healing. And the problem about it is often inner child healing makes us feel that we have an intimacy wound, but really it's a boundary issue. Because the modality by which you articulated, right, you had wariness for the energy in the wrong direction, right? Somebody who was making you feel wary towards masculine energy that didn't have anything to do, right? The force of the energetic threat was not coming through the masculine energy, but the modality by which another person should have energetically prepared you for the fact that there was no privacy, right? No energetic privacy in the space by which you were going. That is something that another person should have told you. And the space by which they effectively were coming into a space by which you were looking for privacy and them saying, no, just do it here, right? That's weird. That's energetically disturbing because that is you experiencing trauma with someone with a lack of boundaries. And a lack of boundaries will make you feel like you have an intimacy wound when you don't, right? Right? The unhealthy feminine energy that was around you that made it feel like you had an intimacy issue because they were asking you They were asking you to push against your own feeling of energetic privacy. And when we're respectful, we are respected, which is we don't force, right? We don't force each other to be in a space by which we feel uncomfortably vulnerable. We allow the space by which we understand that vulnerability is a gift, and we're vulnerable as we come into comfortability towards it. And that's why we see it's even weirder that when you go downstairs, right? Even in the space, you see how toxic that feminine energy was in the dream space, the space by which you were looking for privacy reasonably, and the feminine energy was going, why? Why are you so weird? Why do you want privacy? Right? That is the identification point of the trauma that you're energetically carrying in the space by which you are human, right? It's okay to be private about things. You're allowed to have things that are not always out, but the space by which not only, I wouldn't be surprised if you had some kind of unhealthy energy in the past connected to a feminine energy that created a wound that made you feel like you had to be very wary, right? You had to always be on alert of any masculine that came towards you, while they themselves were the ones that were effectively pushing through your own boundaries, right? The space that says, no, right, you have to be completely open to me, even when you don't feel up or eager to. And you have to be very, very overly hyper aware of masculine energy that want that from you, right? You articulated the fact of the hesitancy, and you have to understand that when we care about each other, we facilitate each other's comfortability. So the reason that we see that this is inner child healing is the modality by which you said, oh, I'm caring too much. No, you weren't caring too much. The energy around you was trying to force you not to care about something that you are uncomfortable with. That's trauma. Bottom of the deck? Yeah, right? And again, the modality by which, right? Like this is that Seven of Wands energy, right? The Seven of Wands energy. And this is important, right? Because we have to understand this. The space by which we energetically mature. Okay? The space by which we energetically mature is articulated upon finding comfortability. And it's logical and reasonable that as we mature, there are things that we feel a little bit energetically hesitant about, right? We always have those modalities. Like whenever we're moving into the space of becoming more comfortable with ourselves, the modality by which we ease into that is always about what effectively it articulates upon consent is key, right? The modality by which we feel comfortable in relationality to how much we reveal of ourselves builds upon whether it's healthy or not. And that's why there's nobody who can say, like, tell me, it'll be good for you. No, it won't. If it's not good to talk about, some things aren't good to talk about, period. Because the comfortability of how we feel and expressing it reveals as to whether the revelation is something that is healthy or something that feels detrimental. So the modality by which you're potentially healing from experiences, by which even if it was something that one day you were comfortable about, the fact that another person put you, because the guides show us stuff to help us see the nature, this is why it's a shadow work dream, helping you to understand a situation by which you're potentially healing from someone that made you feel hyper aware that you always had to be on guard of masculine energy. Masculine energy is going to do something to you. This is why you identified the fact that you said that you were aware of it, while at the same time they themselves were saying, don't be hiding from me, don't reveal anything from me, you have to be completely exposed. That is the nature of the wound that you're working to heal. Someone that was not holding your energetic boundaries, while at the same time trying to projecting all of the fear that you should have had about them, not holding your boundaries respectfully, and pointing into the direction of the energy that they claim that you should have been afraid of, that was being respective of your boundaries. So that's a lot of the work that we see of you in terms of navigating through experiences of that nature, but also doing so in a way that helps to fortify as it relates to one's own sense of stabilization and protection. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Pro. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got one more spot available for today. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, you're inspiring me to start writing down my weird dreams. Please do, and then we'll interpret them, and it'll be great. I think I understand, but I'm not sure. Yes, the intimacy was on my mind. But here's the thing about it. It's not an intimacy wound dream. It's a boundary wound. It's a boundary wound that another person made you feel, made you over-internalize as an intimacy wound. Ice, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. I've got 1 more spot available today. I know, the inner child healing. I was upstairs to make myself pretty, and then I needed to go, and there was no space. Yes. But that's what I see. It's the modality by which if another person was caring for you, they would have prepared you for it, right? Cared for is prepared for. No, it wasn't you going through intimacy wounds. This is showing the trauma that you've potentially experienced. Yeah, the 6 of Wands. And here's the thing about it. The 6 of Wands often comes out as with those who've experienced boundary wounds, right? Because 6 of Wands is often the space by which another person makes us feel uncomfortable for the fact that we have boundaries, right? Yeah, sending you support, dear. You're so welcome, Nina. It's like it's the hardest thing to do. I talk about this, the same thing with reading yourself or tarot. The 2 hardest people you'll ever read for are people that you know and the self. Because it's like you're trying to see the forest through the trees. It's really hard. I'm tired of this, Grandpa, says me to the whiplash energy of the collective. I feel you, dear. So Franny, you're asking about the departure, like the unaliving of a loved one in dream space. I have to tell you, and I always articulate this. This is why I do dream interpretations. No 2 symbols are alike. This is why I really eschew this idea of getting a dream book or being like, oh, you know what this means? Because this is what we do in the dream space here. We break it down to understand the context of what's happening needs to be taken into consideration with the person, the type of dream, and what's going on mytho-symbolically in the dream, so we can figure out, like, first what I do is I try to figure out what kind of dream it is. Because no 2 dreams are alike. We have different types of dreams. So once we figure out what type of dream we have, then we can get into the business of figuring out what happens in the dream and what does it mean, right? So there's no, I'm not the type of person that says, if you dream this, then it's no A-B thing. It's like, oh, this means that. You have to do the work to kind of, like, this is what we mean by interpreting, right? We have to get into it, right? We have to get into it. I need to get in there. I need to get in there and look around and figure out what's going on. I gotta figure out what's going on in there. Right? I gotta assess. I gotta assess the situation. All right, we're gonna continue right now. The next person, yep, you're so welcome. No, and again, if you ever want a dream interpretation, the way we do it here is when you send the donation, just put the information related to the dream. And then you can either put it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you become a super fan, then you'll have access to our super fan only disco channel, and you can post the dream there. And then I can go through the dream and figure out what it all means. I do. I go into the dream and I ponder around. That's what I do. What is this doing there? That's weird. Yeah, I got a problem. All right. Yeah, exactly. There it is. Yeah, there it is. You got a boundary issue up there. You got a boundary issue. No, it was hiding behind the intimacy wound. I see why you would have thought it was an intimacy wound, because like if I didn't have the flashlight, you're right, I would have initially thought it was an intimacy wound. But you see, yeah, you just move that intimacy. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's a boundary issue. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today. Oh yeah, you absolutely can, Julia. And the list is now closed. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for, and you also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Yep. Look, Here, exactly. I got you, dear. All right, let's get to. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Gajwan. Gajwan, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list, as I mentioned, the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. And thank you so much, Soup, for those heart me's. Guys, please remember, for anybody waiting right now for one cards for super fans, or for those who are paid subscribers over on paid members over on the place where we keep the videos, we've got 3 more readings before, 4 more. Correction. Avatar's next. Avatar's next before Gajwan. I apologize. Yes. And so we've got 4 more dreams before we get into 4 more dreams before we get into the daily collective. Sorry, we've been reading a bit. 4 more dreams before we get into 1 card readings for super fans. And if you would like to be eligible for a 1 card reading, just hit that the super fan button at the bottom of the screen if you're joining us on the place where we keep on the clock app, and that will make you eligible. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your membership status will make you available to also receive a 1 card reading. I would like to be able to offer those to the place where we keep the photos. I need your help with that, friends. So if you can take some time today to hop over to the place where we keep the photos and just go ahead and give me a follow there and comment followed in the comments. I will read you. I will give you a personal affirmation from the, where'd the book go? I'm losing all my books today. Come back here. Well, if I can find it. Where'd it go? The guidebook for the ascended soul. I'm sure it'll pop up here in a minute. But if you are already following me there and would like to have one as well, you can share this with 3 people. And when you share it with 3 people and comment share it, I will also give you that affirmation. 4 Dreams Coconut Concert. I like it. And Gremlin, thank you for the follow. Tinkerbell. Nice. Excellent. All right, we're going to get it. It's gone. No guidance today. We're done. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for is Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Where'd it go? Very annoying. It'll come back. There's only so many places. Did I drop it back here? There's only so many places it could have gone. It's fine. All right. Life path today. I got you, dear. Okay. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cat. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. You're cracking me up today. Look, if I make you laugh today, then my job's, it's fine. It's good too. If I bring a little bit of joy to your existence, it's fine. Cats are like blackbirds. That's funny. Excellent. All right, where were we? We're doing a life path right now for Avatar. Okay. Where are we? 4 cards, please. Mm-hmm. And 1 more. I mean, I think you recognize there's something I'm seeing that's really important in relationality to some kind of work I see that you're doing right now. And I want to kind of like I want to describe what I'm effectively seeing here, which is it's only help, and you know this. It's only help if another person appreciates it as help. It's only help if another person appreciates it as help. Specifically because, and the thing you have to identify here is, and this is what we talk about when we say you can't help everyone. You can't help someone that doesn't understand or recognize something as help. That's not what we like. You can't do it, because the modality by which, and I'll tell you right now, and I feel like I feel like you know this intuitively, right? You will literally be in a position by which you are doing nothing but helping someone in every way, shape, or form that you can. The modality by which you will literally be bending over backwards to help someone, and the audacity by which another person tries to articulate that you are a burden, let them miss you with that, right? Let them, like, and I feel like but it's not. I mean, I know it sounds easy to say, easier said than done, right? Because there's a lot of pain. There's a lot of energetic pain there that I feel like you're working to unpack, and you should be upset by it, right? You got a right to be upset if that's how you're experiencing something. You've got a right to be upset in the modality by which you were, I literally say situation by which you were doing all of the energetic heavy lifting, right? The modality by which you do all of the energetic heavy lifting for another. And then they have the audacity to paint you as an energetic burden, right? And I need to stress this. Like, when you understand, when the guides say let them miss you with that, right? Like, let them say whatever they need to say, right? Let them say whatever they need to say to hide the plain truth in terms of another person taking energetic advantage of you, right? Let them. And here's the worst part about it, right? Right? If you know, right? I literally see a situation by which you can see someone, like either here or here, running around, trying to articulate. I keep hearing trying to articulate the false story, right? Trying to articulate the false story of everything they were putting up with, right? Like, and I like to point out, healthy energy can see through that. Healthy energy can see through somebody who seemed perfectly content, right? Who seemed perfectly content in the modality by which they were with you. And only in the modality, right? And I keep on hearing the modality by which some kind of opportunity comes along, and suddenly they have to articulate some. I keep hearing that healthy energy can tell the difference between true pain, and opportunistic energy, right? Healthy energy can tell the difference between true pain and opportunistic energy, which is the difference between another person articulating, right? I keep wondering, the space by which another person was clearly in pain, right? And sometimes you see that. I got to point this out. Sometimes you see that with people in relationship. You're like, you okay in there? Like, okay. Are you okay? You don't look okay. Are you okay? Like, true pain in relationship, being like, like, you know, versus, right? Versus the modality or experience where another person tries to paint an ugly picture to hide the ugly thing they're doing, right? Behold the ugly picture a person will paint to hide the uglier thing they're doing, right? Behold the ugly picture another will paint to hide the uglier thing that they're doing. And I got to point out, I got to tell you right now, a good healthy energy can see through it. Healthy energy can see through it a mile away. Healthy energy will sit there and they'll nod and they'll be like, can you believe, can you believe, like, the energy going, can you believe the audacity on this? Like, can you believe the, no. You know, like, it's a lot of that smile and nod, you know? But I want to just tell you, like, that's the type of energy I see around you on something. And I want to point out, when we see energy like that, like, when we see energy like that, and I'm going to tell you right now, you know, I just keep on hearing, if there's energy that prefers tea over a friendship with you, let them have the tea, right? If there's energy that would prefer, right? If there's energy that would prefer to get swept up in some kind of, I keep hearing drama mongering. That's a word that one of your guides is bringing up, drama mongering, right? If there's energy that would rather trade in drama mongering, let them have it too, is what I keep on seeing. Because I'll tell you right now, the thing about drama mongering is, when you're around a drama monger, there's only so much time. Just wait. You know? Like, that's the thing about it. Because when the drama monger is looking for drama and they run out of drama, right? It's only a matter of, like literally, this is a drama monger, right? It's only a matter of time before they'll try to project something onto you. And I feel like, I know it's not hard to understand. It's a blessing right now. And I know, like, I know it doesn't feel like that, but if you're moving away from energy like that, even in the midst of the whatever is going on, it's a blessing. Bottom of the deck. It's a blessing. I know. I know. I know. I know it doesn't feel like one, right? But the thing about it is, when somebody shows you they have that capacity, it is the best thing you can possibly see, right? Better to see it. And that's why I keep on saying, your job is not to defend yourself in the face of a drama monger, because often when you try to defend yourself in the face of a drama monger, you're just giving them more for their pot. I want you to write that down. When you defend yourself to a drama monger, you're just putting more into their pot, right? Don't get into some kind of, because I just keep on seeing, I feel like I keep on hearing, like, your guides are articulating on stillness is necessary. And the reason I keep on hearing stillness is necessary is the modality of, like, when someone's trying to, like, stir up drama around you, right? Like, don't let them compel you to be in that space. Just recognize it and proceed forward. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you will be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I got you, Dina. And Casey, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And Michael, thank you for the follow. I got you, Julia. Absolutely. So Aj, you'll be first tomorrow, and you'll have priority. I can see why it would hurt deeply. Absolutely. You had a wild dream? Well, get on the list for tomorrow. You'll have priority. We'll read it before the Daily Collective. Good to see you, Nicole. Nikki. Don't let other people make me feel. Yeah, so I'm picking for what I'm picking up on. You got it. Yeah, absolutely. Great words. I know. To me, it's crazy too. And I like to point out, like, again, as a reader, there's a consequence for all this. Like, I don't say that. Like, I don't say that. It's not our job to create the consequences. There's a consequence for moving around life like that. You know? You know, it's like, yeah. Why do I feel like you're talking about Aries? I mean, we've been doing a lot of reading on Aries right now, Sherman, because there's a ton of planets in Aries right now. But yeah, I gotten better. You got, but yeah, and that's what I like. Honestly, I feel like that's what I was seeing in that reading. That's a good thing to do. Oh, Julia, it's very funny. They're like, what's wrong with them? This one is broken. Yeah. Yeah, I know you did. But here's the thing, right? And I want to point out that was not wasted effort. You believing, you seeing the best in someone, right, was giving them the opportunity to be their best self. I want you to write that down. You seeing the best in someone was giving them the opportunity to be their best self. It was not wasted for a minute. You have to write that down. Okay? You're welcome, dear. You're so welcome. All right, we're going to continue right now. And thank you for also receiving this message, Queen. Oh. Yep. Walking around just traumatizing. Yeah, walking around just traumatizing other humans because they're traumatized. I mean, you know, and here's the thing. Sometimes there's a modality by which one doesn't recognize it. But when you're doing it intentionally, oh gosh. And guys, please remember, don't message weird people promising weird things. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Gajwan. Gajwan, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. It's the intention, right? You can't be upset at someone. Like, there's something to be said. Like, the hard part about it is sometimes traumatized energy doesn't recognize that they're traumatizing. But the modality by which we recognize it and we work to do better, right? Like it makes all the difference. I got you, Celestial. Good to see you. It's been a minute. All right, let's get to it. I'm going to pin you up here. Before we continue, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. You got some cards. What's going on? Why do I got all these weird cards coming out right now? What's happening? Okay. that's why you come in over here. You don't call, you don't write, you just show up when things are getting weird. Okay, fine. I get it. It's okay. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hawk. All right, let's get to it. All right, and then absolutely. The list is closed today, Yaz, but if you want to get on the list if they want to get on the list for tomorrow, they'll have second place on the list, and they'll have priority before the daily collective. Got you. All right, and one more card, please. Good Lord. You find a guide? Okay. Oh boy. You're just like a little, like there's a spot, like it's like a top right now is what I keep on seeing. You know, I gotta like, here's the thing about it. You've got like, there's some kind of disorienting energy around you. And I want to describe like the thing with, here's the thing with disorienting energy is often like the way that disorientation happens is sometimes feeling like you can't be in two different places at once. You know? And that's all you have to, I feel like, again, like I feel like you have to just be like, it's disorienting. Right? And understanding that like if it's and I want you to understand the space by which healthy energy will never be upset at you if you're doing everything possible in the best way possible, is what I keep on seeing. Because, and I want to describe this because I feel like, I don't feel like you've been doing shadow, I feel like you've been healing. And the thing about, and I need to describe, when we can see more, it can sometimes feel disorienting because, right, like when we're in the space by which we're working through something, it can be disorienting because it can feel like there's a lot of pressure on the person, on your person. Don't let your perception create pressure on you. Okay? Don't let your perception create false pressure on you, is what I keep on seeing. And the reason is, okay, especially if you have a gift related to perception, right? Because the modality by which I keep on seeing no pressure, it's perception, no pressure, right? But the thing about it is it can sometimes feel like when you've got a perceptual gift, it can sometimes feel like there's a lot of pressure because it's the modality by which you're able to energetically identify and recognize like I keep on seeing like you being like, like I've got a lot of like you're thinking more dimensionally. That's a good thing. I just got a guide that keeps on, you've got a really strong guide around you that's trying to articulate upon the fact that the thing is, okay, and we just got to get, I have to get in, like we're going into the shadow work for a section, for a moment. You've got, you can't, it's hard to have a perceptual gift when you have a perfection wound, because often perfection wounds will sometimes limit us because we're worried about doing something perfectly. And then the modality by which we can look back and we can see ways to better perfect can feel damaging. Okay? You gotta stop doing that. There are some things you can only see in hindsight. And that's the way the guides like it. Okay? A good guide does not show you something from the past to hurt you with it, but to show you something that will support you as you go forward in your journey. You have to look at it. You have to look at it as a critique. you've got to look at it as a critique, right? It's not a condemnation. It's an energetic critique. And the way you can tell it's a critique, not a condemnation, is because you can see it, right? It's because you can see it. And I feel like I've got some kind of guide around you that's like trying to show you, bring your attention to some stuff. And sometimes in relationality to the past, I feel like there's a little bit of this energy saying like, you know, I want to call your attention to this, to say like, does that look a little bit different from here? Right? Like, does that look a little bit different? And I want you to understand that some of that difference may have to do specifically with the fact that you have already overcome something in a profound way. But the one thing I do feel that you have to be conscientious about is making sure that you're clearer in terms of your intentions as it relates to the energy around the self, is what I keep on seeing, right? And here's the thing the thing I keep on seeing, and I think that this is what I see you doing, right? Building into energetic intention is effectively the space by which we effectively identify and recognize that we're trying to be more intentional about things. But I keep on getting that something really important, because the thing about it is, I don't know why, but there's a lot of duality around you. And I don't think it's yours. I don't think it's yours. And the thing about it is, and it's interesting too, because like as soon as I started reading for you, like my heart started going like very rapidly, and so I want to describe this, okay? And it feels like it's connected to someone ancestrally connected to you, right? Which is the only way something is a gift is that if we receive it and it doesn't create a state of persistent anxiety within us, right? The modality by which we effectively navigate through things and we don't feel the energetic heaviness in relationality to what we're carrying, because, you know, and I want to point this out, I feel like this is you potentially healing from some reactive energy, right? And reactive energy will often traumatize us in the space by which they say to us, I wouldn't have to act like this if you acted right. And I got a guide that says, I would just like to bring your attention, especially as it relates to you. You know for a fact that the way another person acts does not change who we are, right? That creates a pretty big scar, right? The modality by which it's a pretty big scar to put on someone, to say, the reason I'm acting like this is because of you. That's the sound of someone not taking responsibility for their emotions. So I feel like I see you both healing a situation or circumstance by which another person was trying to blame you for the fact that they weren't in control of their emotions, while simultaneously understanding that it created a perfection wound in you, right? Reasonably, because you taught yourself that as long as you were perfect, you wouldn't have them react that way. But that's why I keep on seeing the guide that's trying to help you heal by saying your perfection should not be the calibration in terms of how another person treats you. But your ability to identify that is also, and this is why I feel like the guide's trying to show you things, and they're saying like, they're not trying to put pressure on you in terms of what they're showing you. It feels to me like they're trying to put pressure on you to understand why it's important they show you something that hurts so that you can heal it even further, right? Like I keep on hearing this is a sound of them opening doors. But I feel like the reason that they're opening doors to a certain extent is to help you be able to recognize, right, that the way we act or the way we behave is always a choice, right? But it's also like that means, right? And that's what's hard about our healing, right? Because when we recognize, when we walk into some healing, then we have to look back and go, that means, right? Like like that's where that inner, like there's a lot of inner child healing. I feel like you're opening up. Like you should be, I feel like you should be proud of yourself if you're moving through that right now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, look how, like, this is, like, I feel like there's, like, I feel like I've got some energy around you. You've got a lot of energetic support in terms of energy trying to show you how far you've come. But I think that, like, a lot of that work, you know, I keep on hearing, and I think that, you know, often when I see energy like this, you're in the space of ancestral healing, which is understanding that sometimes others hurt us, not because they meant to, but they just didn't know another way. You know, like that's sometimes the hardest stuff, right? Like energy, somebody who effectively was trying to do the best they could, but sometimes that best is only, like our best is only attenuated as to recognizing what options are available to us. And so I feel like that's important too, because I almost feel like I see you transmuting some of that into compassion. But the compassion includes you, is what I keep on hearing. You have to at least be giving yourself as much compassion as you're giving the energy that around you that you're being so compassionate about. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. What's going on with your shoulder? Switch your backpack or something. All right. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I mean, it's open for tomorrow. You will be the third person read for tomorrow. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. Oh, thank Julia. I do my best. I do my best. I do my best. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, dear. That's really kind of you to say. Hi there, Queen. I had to get a reading sent in request. Yeah, so Queen, the list is closed today. And also make sure when you're sending when you're sending about the other apps, just put the initial, because the apps don't like to hear the names of the other apps. I've got the list for tomorrow right now, where I've got Julia and Natalie on the list. So anyone on the list for tomorrow will have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. The list is closed today. Yeah, I find myself in my head a lot. Well, I can see why. There's a lot of unpacking that's going on there. Mm-hmm. Big time. Yeah. Thank you also for connecting these messages, Phoenix. Hold on a minute. My back is sore from carrying everyone else, and Guy's the only one carrying me. Sending you support on that, Phoenix. Yeah, there's a sharp pains. Like it's like I feel like, you know, you realize that it's something connected, right? There's an energetic, like, not to make this like there's like the identification point of that spot is like it sometimes can identify, right? Like you know, if you send me a message over like if you send me a message over the disco, I can give you like clarity on what that is. Yeah, absolutely. I got you, Natalie. You're on the list. Yeah, it really resonated. I'm so glad to hear that, dear. And I hope you've been well. The list is closed right now, Yaz. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the 3rd person read for. We're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Nicole. And for anybody waiting for 1-card readings, we've got 2 more people to read for, and then we'll get into 1-card readings for today. And if you want to become eligible for 1 card, just go ahead and hit my there's a super fan button at the bottom of the screen. That super fan will make you eligible for a 1 card. If you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, your becoming a super fan. I mean, becoming a paid member will also make you eligible for a 1-card reading. Got it. The next person we are reading for today is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi there, Nicole. Can you, while we wait for Nicole's question, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bear. Okay, let me pull it up. I just need a moment to pull up the note on the reading. Okay, our reading. And I'm going to pin up Nicole here. Guys, make sure to give Nicole some love. So we're doing 2 different auras. The thing about like there's some repugnant energy here, but the repugnant energy doesn't feel like it's connected to you. And the word I keep on getting in relationality to repugnancy is it's coming through in the observation of working through. I keep on getting working through the display of doing something versus actually doing something is what I keep on getting. And what do I mean? Like the way I keep on seeing this is I keep on hearing the word bare minimum, right? So I literally almost see a situation by which another person is trying to say, I'm not doing anything wrong because I'm doing the bare minimum, right? Like I literally see somebody that's like, but I've done the bare minimum. Like I keep understanding, I see somebody going like, I fulfilled my energetic obligation, right? I see the energy, I literally see the energy that's like, and I almost feel like some energy around it going, I fulfilled my energetic observation. Like almost like looking for applause in some way is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the modality by which, like, and that's the thing about it. Like I almost see somebody being like going like, but I don't understand. I'm not doing anything wrong. I've done the bare minimum. You know, like I see the energy being like, but I've done the bare minimum. Like I feel like I could be, some people would call me a saint. Like I see the energy. Like I see some kind of energy going like, I don't know why, but I see them going like this is what I see, like the modality by which another person is going like, I've done the bare minimum. And almost like pointing out that others would not do the same, right? And I keep on hearing you don't get like the space by which another person goes like, there are others that don't do the bare minimum, but here I am doing the bare minimum, right? Like I see like, I don't know why I'm getting this type of energy around it. Like, I don't know if this person is trying to talk about others or others trying to have others be like, oh, this person's so nice, and being like, it's not a nice contest, is what I keep on hearing. It's not a nice contest, right? It's not a nice contest. It's things, it's whether you make, I keep wondering, it's whether you're making something easier or harder. Because I keep on hearing someone could be going around trying to be nice, and I just keep on hearing somebody say, you can go around being nice, and then you're kicking someone under the table, is what I keep on hearing, right? I feel like I see somebody that points out, like I see somebody that's very used to the identification of someone being nice, and as they're sitting there being so nice, they're just wailing, like absolutely wailing on someone under the table, is what I keep on hearing, like that type of energy. And so I see something here by which, like, that's what I keep on getting, right? Which is like I literally see somebody who keeps on trying to talk about, right? Like I keep on hearing somebody who's trying to like talk about like what a good person they are, and then meanwhile I feel like I see you, right, articulating to another and being like, explain this, like explain this. Like, where did all of this come from then, right? Like it's like I see you, and it's interesting too because I almost see I almost see the modality by which another person, and I feel like this is the important thing, right? Like if you're actually nice and you see somebody struggling, right? Actual niceness says, how can I help you with it? Right? Right? That's what niceness does, right? Actual niceness is present in terms of the fact that another person is energetically distressed. And so I see, right? I don't know why I keep on hearing the modality by which, right? I don't know why, but I almost feel like a situation by which energy is well aware of performative niceness, right? The modality by which I keep on, it's interesting too, because I almost see I feel like I see some kind of nonplussed energy, right? Like I see somebody like just sitting there who's like I keep on hearing, somebody say like, all I do every day is meet a bunch of people that are so nice that they would never do something. And there's all, I keep on seeing and someone going, and there's all that evidence, right? Like it's like I keep on seeing something like, there's all that stuff, right? Then what's all this stuff? Like if you're so nice, what's all this stuff doing here? Is what I keep on seeing, right? Which is like the space by which I keep on hearing, niceness doesn't require explanations. I keep on hearing niceness doesn't require explanations, which is a modality by which another person says, I was trying to be nice, being like, no, things that are nice don't require explanations as to why they are nice. They're just nice. Bottom of the deck. It's weird. It's weird. Because like it feels like there's energy around a person too. You know? Like that's what I meant about it being repugnant. And I want to point this out. Repugnant, when I say repugnant, it means energy that feels, and you have to understand what actually repugnant means, okay? It's, you can't ask somebody that you have power over to give an assessment of who you are. That's what I have to point out. The clarity of repugnant that's coming through is saying it's repugnant because you can't ask somebody you have power over to give a qualifier on who you are, because they might get, that's what pug means, right? That's what pug means. Repugnant. So I have to explain this. Repugnant means, the reason something's repugnant is because you can't trust the valification on it, because there's a repercussion if it isn't nice. That's why I'm describing, remember, I'm not saying the word as a qualifier, I'm saying the situation. So the modality by which another person tries to bring a qualifier, right? The space by which another person tries to bring a qualifier into a situation to articulate the fact that they're energetically nice, and someone points out the repugnancy of it, because the repugnancy is the space by which someone's like, they're really great. No, it's fine. No, no, this is great. No, this, I love being in this situation. It's awesome, right? It's like it's the energy by which somebody's like got to like somebody's right here. That's what repugnant means, right? Repugnant means that one has to. That's why it's repugnant, because it's somebody who feels who's saying something nice under duress, because there'll be an energetic repercussion if they don't say a nice thing. So I literally see a situation by which when I identify repugnancy, this is the nature by which the word is coming through. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed for today, but get on the list for tomorrow, and you'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is, I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Queen, I make it, I'm usually here most days of the week. I usually, I'm usually off maybe 1 or 2 days per week. And just reading over. You're so welcome, Yaz. Thank you for reposting. I can. Yep, I got you, dear. Yeah, the bare minimum, exactly. Oh, that's so yeah, that, but here's the thing about it, like, and again, it's not the Knight of Cups, it's a nature. Do you see the cups that were around it? Right? Like it's like, and like the modality by which that Knight of Cups was arriving with the connection to the card next to it was like, if everything's so nice, why are there explanations required all around you? If it was actually nice, it wouldn't require an explanation as to why it was nice. Yeah. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Oh. All right, let's continue right now. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. The next person I'm reading for today is Dina. Dina, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And again, for anybody who's waiting to do 1-card readings, we've got 1 more read today before we move into 1 cards. Thank you, Sandra. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you are also eligible for 1-card reading if you become, if you are a paid member over there as well. Hi, Dina. How are you doing today? Excellent. And before we continue with Dina's reading, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the wolf. We'll do that again after the next reading. Thank you, guys. And I've got you here, Dina. This is crazy. I have more notes from here in like 1/3 of the time. Thank you for being here. I'll take that as a compliment, Queen. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Highest compliment of the day. Excellent. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Guys, please remember, please make sure if you're going to mention other apps, just put the initial. The apps absolutely hate to hear the other apps' names. They're very jealous. So just a V next time will do, okay? All right. Oh, I do my best. Thank you, Queen. Ooh. Wow, that is a nice specific name question right there. No, it's okay, dear. All right, is this outside tea? Are you comfortable with me sharing this the question? Very specific. Comfortable, cool. All right. What is the current energy surrounding my career and love life, and how are they connected? And how can I stay aligned with what's meant for me? For career, what is unfolding in my creative path and pitch? And for love, what is the energy and purpose of my connection with an individual, and where is it naturally leading? Got it. So we're going to do 3 cards right now, and I'm going to pin you up here. Guys, make sure to give some love to Dina. All right. 3 cards. One more. And interconnection. Thank you. I mean, I feel like I need to point this out. It's interesting. I feel like the message that's coming through is, and I know it's going to sound a little interesting. It's like the honeymoon period is over. And the thing I need to articulate about that is, and you have to understand, and I feel like it's going to hit in different ways. And the thing about it, I keep on seeing, is it has to do more with you, specifically and particularly in relationality to holding an energetic standard on something. And for career, I need to point this out. For career, we earn the right to talk about things, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's what's basically happening. I don't know where you are right now, but I feel like you finally hit, and that's why I feel like it's kind of a benefit in terms of the fact of feeling like a honeymoon period's over, which is the modality by which you are around a place long enough that you have a valid assessment of it, right? Like the modality, like this is what we talk about. Like I feel like you're like wizening in something that you're doing, which is the space by which you can, like, and I keep on hearing somebody who's new to it could come to you for advice about it. And I feel like because I feel like kind of like, I don't know what you do, but I don't mean that, like, I'm not doing that in like a negative way, but like the space by which I want to point out, it feels like there's a lot of, like, I need to point it out, like it feels like there's some kind of like misanthropic characters around. Like it's like I feel like there's energy searching for the best interest, you know. I feel like there's some kind of situation by which there's energy around you that searches for energy that has their best interests at heart, right? And the hard part about that, and I need to point this out, you can never, here's the thing about, like, this is what, like, this is why, like, this is what we call, like, having an energetic reputation, which is the modality by, like, you can't, like, when we talk about the fact that you can't fake a reputation, it's the modality by which you understand the quality by which others effectively talk about you in a way that they hold a lot of respect to you, right? And this is what, like, this is what we talk about the difference between demanding respect and commanding respect. And I like to point out what's beautiful about it is when you command respect, you don't have to ask anybody for it. You know, like that's what's cool about respect. Like energy that commands respect, look at that person. Look at that person commanding respect. They earn that respect through a life. Like, look at that person commanding respect. They earn that respect through a lifetime of compassionate choices, right? Like, that's the type of energy that we're talking about here. You can't fake that, right? There's nothing you can do. Like, there's nothing you can do that can fake that when it's true. And I feel like there's something about that I feel like either you're helping another person identify, or others are effectively talking about you in that way, shape, or form. So I feel like there's something, like, I feel like there's something there where I see you potentially talking more. And in the modality by which you're speaking more, I feel like I've got like, I don't know why I've got like energy that's like, like, I feel like I see like energy, like, listen. There's something about that feels very invested, because I don't know I'm not sure what you've done, but I feel like, I mean, I think you've just been a good person. I feel like you've been a good person. Which is like, but the space, and I need to point out, some careers, just managing to stay a good person throughout them is like a big deal. And it feels like a little bit of big deal energy there. Like, because like, oh no, nope, wrong door. Okay. But in relationship, I feel like I feel like you have to have, there needs to be more goal setting. You know? I feel like it's somebody who's afraid to have that conversation with you. I feel, I don't know why, but I feel like there's someone around you who's worried about making a presumption in terms of the direction their relationship's going. Like, there's a difference between someone who isn't inclined to talk about something because they don't want to talk about it, or the anxiety or fear of being presumptive. And I feel like there's something about you navigating presumptuous energy, which is a modality by which you can articulate to another, right? Like, like, can we talk about ways to work together more, right? Can we talk about ways to effectively, like, help each other, is what I keep on seeing, because I keep on getting, I feel like something about that is going to be you being able to articulate to another what effectively allows the context by which they're able to energetically do something even better, is what I keep on hearing. But I feel like it's almost requiring you to be the person to articulate upon that. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially, here's the thing, especially with this Four of Swords, I feel like the thing that's important, with the Four of Swords energy is, I feel like I see a situation by which you're navigating something, and it's requiring you to bring out, like, it's requiring you to bring out different things in yourself, is what I keep on seeing. Because specifically for work, I see you energetically maturing. And I keep on seeing, I feel like there's something important there in relationality to recognizing and identifying. And I feel like there's something different between talking about, I just keep on hearing the message, innovative people talk about things, is what I keep on seeing, right? Which is not in the, I keep on hearing, it's not in the space of energetically stirring some kind of rumor mill, is what I keep on getting. And I feel like, I don't know what it is that you do, but I feel like there's, like, I see you kind of like stewing in that. Like, I feel like there's almost I feel like there's almost like that type of energy where, like, others, like, want to talk about people or something. And I almost see you kind of being like I almost see you kind of pushing something away in that way, specifically because, like, and I think that you kind of understand this, right? The identification point that you might not necessarily know the full context of, like, I keep on seeing, like, you having to articulate. I feel like you have the history of something more than others. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I keep on hearing. Like, it feels very historical on this bottom of the deck, which is you having to say, like, you know, you can't jump. It's like sometimes when I read for somebody like this, deep roots are like, you have to understand that what you're experiencing is a result of, like, A, B, like, and you see, like, you know what I mean? Like, going down, like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I see you kind of having to go, like, I keep on hearing go down. Like, you know what I mean about that. Help another person understand the context of what's happening, because I keep on hearing context is key, because when you understand context, then you can understand, right? You can deeper understand the way that another person is energetically addressing something. So I feel like there's something important about that. But here's the thing about it. In relationship, don't get too contextual in relationship. No contextualizing in relationship right now. And the reason I keep on getting no contextualizing in relationship is we always have a reason, right? We always have a reason for doing something. But being able to understand the reason why we are a certain way doesn't heal it, right? Which is saying, like, it doesn't, like, and it's nice. I know it feels cathartic, right? It feels cathartic to be able to kind of ruminate upon the reasons we are the way we are, but it doesn't get us where we need to get to go to. So I feel like that's what I see with this Four of Wands, which is like, let the roots appear in the appropriate space, which is in the career space. It's good to contextualize, but don't let that happen in relationship. Don't let a conversation upon what needs to change lead to another person ruminating, right? Being like, it's not a rumination space, it's an innovative space. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the third person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 29K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen if you're joining us on the Clack Up. We'll get there at 50K in no time. I feel like, and that's what I keep on hearing, like, contextualization is key in terms of staying root and aligned. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share live. Thank you for reposting Chosen. You work in advocacy and child welfare. Lots of public speaking. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing. Yeah, I'm a lived expert. Okay, you train. Okay, so thank you for confirming. And that's the thing. I feel like you've kind of reached that point where others, like, you've got a right to. I feel like you've got a right to be prescriptive about something, right? When you've been in something long enough, that's what I was seeing. You have a right to be able to articulate upon, right, like, what needs to change. Chosen one, I've got a very simple rule for the comments, which is, like, making sure that what you're posting is legible. You're posting a lot of non sequiturs in that statement. So I would ask that the next time you post that you just be a little bit clearer in terms of what you're trying to communicate. Thank you for respecting the rules of the chat space. Also, please make sure that you don't give inbox individuals who are promising you. Don't follow, like, strange people promising you riches if you message them. It's weird. All right, let's continue. All right, we're going to get into one card. We're getting into, oh, that's, wow, look at that. You're so creative, Nico. You found the fastest way to get blocked. Wonderful. Congratulations. That was impressive. All right, let's get to it. All right, we're doing one card readings for subscribers, super fans. If you are a super fan, go ahead and put your question in the comment. If you would like to become a super fan, just hit that orange icon at the bottom of the screen. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you're also eligible for a one card if you're a paid member. I got you, Ava. Recording on them, please. I feel like I see somebody that's trying to get better, you know? Yeah, but Knight of Wands, like, I like, here's the thing about it, like, I see somebody going through a lot of feelings in relationality to what they want to do versus what they have to do right now. And that's usually the sound of energy with a deep sense of integrity, right? I feel like it's just a reminder. It's interesting. It feels like one of their guides saying, we don't miss anything that's for us, especially when we're moving forward in that way. Thank you for reposting, Anne-Marie. Yep. Ivana, one card, please, on guidance. I feel like you left an impression on someone in a positive way. Bottom of the deck, yeah. You know, the Three of Pentacles and it's upright. I don't know if you had a conversation with someone. Yeah, like the cow energy. I feel like there is something about working through reliability or being able to understand, right? I keep on seeing like the space by which energy, like I think it's almost like, I feel like they were like coming in to like look for reliable energy or to talk to somebody about some kind of opportunities that are opening. So I feel like it feels positive and reassuring, but particularly in the context of you and how you work through things. Julia, highest and best, please. We've got the Seven of Wands here in its reversal. You can forgive without creating access, right? If somebody's hurt you, their apology, you can hold that apology at a distance. Be like, I appreciate it, right? Bottom of the deck, yeah, because like the modality by which, like I think we articulated this, right? Like the space by which you're energetically exceptional, right? Exception should be recognized as exception, right? It shouldn't be the modality by which we feel like we have to perpetually prove it. And I feel like it's often, like, I like to point this out, like often energy that doubts our exceptionality is always like, I always knew, and being like, well, that's interesting because it seems like you didn't know, you were waiting for another. Like when we recognize each other as exceptional, we're not perpetually in a space by which we feel like we're forced to prove it, you know? Sending you so much support on that journey. Yeah, it is weird, Casey. I know. I know they are spamming a lot today, Sue. Good to see you. One card, please, on the song. I feel like it's articulating upon you, like bringing a lot of sense into situations. Because here, they have to understand, when energy is working through trauma, they try to drop their delusion on our door. And sometimes that requires like a healthy reality check. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, specifically with the Seven of Cups in its reversal, you know, like that was literally like, this is High Priestess. Like that's High Priestess being like, why are you trying to dump your trauma on my doorstep? Right? And often what happens, this is what happens. Like you can't drop trauma on a High Priestess's doorstep, because a High Priestess will literally go around letting you do your best until they have to give you that reality check, right? Like it's like the energy, like that's the thing with High Priestess energy, being like, look, I didn't want to either, but lo, we find ourselves here, right? It's like the energy that says, if you insist, like if you insist on that reality check, I'm happy to cash it, right? It's like the space, but like that's often what the High Priestess says, you know? Yeah. Bridget, one card, highest priority, please. Yeah, especially with the Six of Wands in its reversal. I feel like there's something important with that Six of Wands in its reversal about, I feel like I keep on seeing something about a divine, like, I feel like you're feeling out of sorts because somebody's trying to sort something out, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, especially with the Eight of Wands in its reversal, I keep on seeing, just concentrate on those roots, right? Concentrate on building a healthy, stabilized ground for yourself. Yeah, especially with this bull energy, because I feel like there's a little bit of this there's a little bit of this inevitable pull around you right now. And the thing about it is like something about that energy. I keep on seeing there's something about that divine counterpart that this could have happened like a year ago. Like I literally keep on seeing someone that's recognizing that like something could have been avoided, but like I almost see them working into the space of understanding that like I keep on seeing like the space by which they have a tendency, like I feel like they're healing from some tendency of if I ignore it, it'll go away, right? Like that is like that's the guide saying like I feel like that's the guides that are helping them in terms of identifying that when we ignore things, they usually just get bigger. Because I keep on here. You're gonna help them with that. Angelic guidance, please, for Per. I feel like there's a lot of healing that you're coming into right now. Like I feel like there's a lot of inner child healing that you're doing. And I feel like the inner child healing that you're doing right now is helping you to identify and recognize, like I keep on hearing, like the difference between the false perception of having an intimacy wound that was really the trauma of another person creating a boundary wound in you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with that Eight of Wands, like it's not an intimacy wound to have things that you desire to be private about. But often somebody with no boundaries will make us feel that we have an intimacy wound because we refuse to talk about something that we're not uncomfortable with talking about. Animal spirit guide, it's okay, right? It's only right, it's only healthy if we feel comfortable talking about it, right? It's not the space by which we say, oh well, if you do it uncomfortably, it doesn't have the same effect, right? We navigate comfortability, and that allows us to find a deeper sense of comfort, right? But if another person forces us into that too quickly, we sometimes develop a boundary wound. I got you, Grace. One card, please. I feel like there's something important about working on focus or being able to take focused approaches to things. Bottom of the deck, especially with the Lovers card. I feel like I'm seeing there I feel like I'm seeing some kind of conversation, particularly and especially in relationality to working on how to energetically communicate better. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the rabbit, right? Allowing the space by which we don't just talk about it, we follow up on it is what I keep on seeing. So make sure that you're not just having a conversation once with someone. Be like, I'd like to return back to that and follow up on it. Absolutely. One card for Minnie on career and finance. I feel like there's something about you like trying to hit some kind of momentum in relationality to something getting easier. Yeah, specifically with this, like, I feel like with this Eight of Cups and its reversal, working through the context of I keep on seeing like giving another person the space to be open, to be able to articulate upon their own experience with something is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, I keep on getting love is active listening, or the modality by which we energetically are attenuating in terms of how we feel about things that allows us to be able to do something better. I feel like it's almost you taking something that you're learning in relationship and bringing it into the career space in a valuable way. Highest priority for Nicole, please. I've got this Queen of Pentacles in its reversal, so I feel like this is you kind of, I feel like this is you healing. I feel like this is you kind of healing from another person's lack mentality, right? Like this is how, like this is why it's so detrimental when we don't heal from a lack mentality, because the modality by which we articulate that we're constantly in a lack space creates a space by which another person has a false understanding of what's actually happening. Yeah, this is why not healing from a lack mentality can be so damaging, because it's a space by which another person is constantly articulating the way that they feel about what they have versus what they actually have, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the blank manifestation, right? Like the space by which another person, right? When we don't heal from our lack space appropriately, it's like we're in the condition by which we're always articulating that we're in a space of need, but we're actually not in a space of need because we always energetically feel that way. So I feel like this is you healing from situations of that, but also explaining to another person why it's so detrimental. To get a reading, the list is closed today, Shem, but if you want to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the third person read for. You just send the donation payment and you'll be the third person on the list. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. If you would like a 1 card right now, you just need to go ahead and hit the bottom of the screen there, and that will allow you to be able to become a super fan and you can have a 1 card reading. Got it. Thank you for the help, Ivana. You're welcome. All right, my friends. We've reached the conclusion. Oh, Queen, these are 1 card readings for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Oh, Alexandra, yours did get filtered. Can you repost it, please? We will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can go ahead and head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications. I got you, Yaz. 1 card on why. What? Because they, I feel like they know that you wouldn't give them, like I feel like they know that you wouldn't have given them the time of day on something. Yeah, are they, is this somebody who's like blocked and trying to say like, oh, I'm worried because they're not responding? You know, I feels like somebody trying to figure out, it's somebody, I feel like it's somebody trying to figure out if they're energetically, like I feel like it's somebody trying to figure out if they're energetically blocked or not, because the modality by which you respond to them about it is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, 2 cards, right? I don't know if this is somebody who tried to reach out and like you're like I feel like I keep on hearing it's creeping energy, which is the modality by which another person, I'm like, if they cared about you, they'd be respectful of your privacy. I feel like they're trying to like build some kind of concern, right? They're trying to learn if you're responding to them by trying to explain the fact that they're concerned about you. So make sure that you're articulating that to them if that's the case. You're welcome, dear. Alexandra. 1 card, general. I feel like I see you in some kind of creativity mode right now, right? Make sure that you're channeling some kind of energy in a productive way. Yeah, I feel like this moon is going to be kind of empowering for you in some way, helping you understand and recognize what you're able to move away from and also like what you're trying to do more of. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, there's this crane energy here, which is you. I feel like this is you taking, I feel like this is you taking more logical approaches to things in terms of like working through frustrations. Absolutely. Oh, have a beautiful one, dear. Oh, you see that, right? Okay, thank you for confirming what I was seeing there, Yaz. Make sure, yeah, make sure that you articulate. I feel like it's like, yeah, like that's what I was seeing. Yeah, so true. Okay, excellent. No, don't be nonsensical. I keep on hearing it, like nothing about those cards said nonsensical. It's not nonsensical if it's directional. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. make sure that you message me with a disco gift, and I'll send you an invitation to the disco. You can find there in the make sure you introduce yourself to the collective, and in the perk section, you'll find a special coupon code to our next tarot class subscription program. I want to thank you guys. Our next class is on April 16th. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. Happy full moon, and I hope you have an absolutely beautiful evening.